Ooh. Okay, so before we get in depth into today's live stream, I've decided to do it a little bit earlier in the day. Simple fact, still not 100%. I've had obviously another virus, so I'm still not 100%, which explains the lack of content. Another thing for newer viewers and subscribers, bit of housekeeping. It's a subscriber only chat section. Although if you're not a subscriber, you obviously can watch. And therefore, if you like what you see or like the discussion, you can subscribe. So you've got to be subscribed in order to leave comments and questions. And so that's basically it. I'm getting there. I've still got a bit of a chest infection, so I'm still not 100%. But and I do apologise for the lack of content this week. But I've got a lot planned for next week as I am off my day job. I've got a week's holiday, so I've got a lot of content planned. I'm going to resume the football club history series. So there is that to look forward to. I'll be doing a lot more European clubs. So, quick bit of sports news. Rotherham United have become the first club in the English Football League to be officially relegated. They got relegated from the Championship. They lost 1-0 to Plymouth. They needed results to go their way anyway in order to try and prolong their stay in the Championship. They are one of the few English Football League clubs I haven't actually done a club history on yet. Their Football League history is very interesting. They do tend to bounce between the Championship and League One, or the old Division 2 and the old Division 3. They tend to bounce around the mid tiers of the English Football League. They're a bit of a yo-yo club, too big for the third tier, not quite good enough to sustain themselves long term in the second tier of English football. So I might do a club history on them next week. But they have been officially relegated. Plymouth sacked their manager early this week as well. So they've had a managerial change, first win under the new manager as well. So Plymouth beating Rotherham has led to Rotherham being relegated. Rugby league news. I'm going to be doing a video on South Sydney and their shocking start to the season. Yes, the Gold Coast Titans haven't won a game yet, but they do get the 2 points because of the bye, and they actually have a better defensive record. So we will be doing a video on South Sydney's struggles to start the 2024 season. Jason Demetriou could be the first coach sacked this season. This is his third season in charge, and it's not going well. Their season's unravelling in the first month or a month and a bit. It's not been a good start to the season. I felt they actually played quite well in Vegas and were just beaten by the better side that were the Sea Eagles. But their second half performance in Vegas had a few concerns and a few alarm bells ringing. But yeah, just the one win so far against a brave Canterbury side. They've actually got a better start to the season than South Sydney. There were some injuries in that game. The Bulldogs have actually played quite well and have been quite plucky and quite resilient. South Sydney, though, not looking good. And this is the last season on which they will have a Burgess as part of the playing squad. So the Burgess era at South Sydney is now officially coming to an end. But Jason Demetriou is under a lot of pressure. He's dropped Cornelius. He's now got a broken leg in reserve grade. Cody Walker and Latrell Mitchell, a lot of speculation and spotlight on their role within the team and what's happening behind closed doors in the dressing room and on the training paddock. A lot of discussion points there. Obviously, the last couple of videos I've done on the channel before I go to some other news is to do with the AFL drug scandal and drug policy. And it's an interesting one because there were a lot of discussions last season about the drug policy and you know, if and when it should be reviewed. And I think with what's come out and what's been speculated about the clandestine nature of the drugs policy and the AFL basically taking players out of the WADA testing pool, considering that they do get federal money because they've signed up to the WADA code as a league, is an interesting subplot. So we'll see what happens and we'll see if any drastic changes do come to that drug policy, and we'll obviously keep our eyes open in regards to any further news about that. It will be interesting to see if any ex-players or current players decide to come out and speak out in regards to the drugs policy and how it's benefited or not benefited them. So that'll be interesting to note. Now, the Oakland A's have made an announcement in the last couple of days that they are leaving Oakland at the end of the season. This is their last season in Oakland, and they are going to be moving to Sacramento on at least a temporary basis to begin with, potentially We don't know what's happening with their Vegas relocation. We know they've been given permission to relocate to Las Vegas. But it looks like for at least the next 3 years from 2025, the Oakland A's, will be playing in Sacramento. Whether they drop the Oakland part of the name and call themselves the Sacramento Athletics or the California Athletics or just the Athletics, we shall wait and see if they do a little bit of a temporary rebrand. But fans have been boycotting the opening couple of games at the Coliseum. Fans are staying away. And this has been an ongoing issue between ownership of the Oakland A's and the fan base and the city of Oakland, and trying to get a new stadium. And it looks like Oakland's going to lose its third major sports franchise in its history. They lost the Golden Seals, they lost the Raiders more than once, and now they're losing the Athletics. So it's not a good time to be an Oakland sports fan. I do feel that the AFL, the Major League Baseball, hasn't necessarily dealt with this issue over the Oakland A's relocation particularly well. And we'll see what happens going forward and what, if and when they do eventually move to Las Vegas. Now, talking about arena issues, the Arizona Coyotes have now officially announced and released renderings of what they want their arena complex and entertainment district to look like on the land that they are bidding for. Most Arizona state land auctions, 80 to 85%, only one bidder. They look likely to be the only bidder. The land is not actually particularly desirable. In heavy rain, it floods, so they've got to put in some kind of flood defense and better drainage system. The minimum bid for the land's got to be about $63-64 million. It's all going to be privately funded. Which was an issue with the Tempe situation, is how much public money, and would they get the planning permissions and zoning permissions. That obviously fell through. That was disappointing last year. They are going for broke with this. There is no plan B. If they fail to get this plot of land, I don't think they're going to be staying in Arizona much longer, but it's looking more and more likely. The renderings have now been publicly released. And I can't see anyone outbidding them for undesirable land that floods quite regularly. So we'll see. The renderings look quite nice, actually. They aim to build a 17,000 seat arena with extendable seating to extend the capacity should other events be required in the arena, a 3,000 seat music venue, 1,900 residential units, office space. They're basically trying to build a mini city, basically, on the edge of the Phoenix metro area. So we'll see what occurs there. But Alex Mariuello, it's a bit of stable ownership for the first time in, I think, nearly 20 odd years of the franchise, or 30 odd years of the franchise. So we'll see what happens. But their renderings have now been released. Talking about arena issues, the Chicago White Sox are having some issues, and both the Kansas City Royals and Kansas City Chiefs are having some issues long term into the future in regards to stadium development. And in Kansas City, the local politicians have rejected a public funding bid or partial public funding, so they're going to have to try and find some private money. They want to move downtown. Although the Utah state legislature has actually passed motions for an ice hockey and a baseball arena. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in potential relocation for both Major League Baseball and the NHL. Salt Lake City has put its hand up and say, hey, look, we've got the MLS and the NBA here. We want to get the NHL and Major League Baseball. I'm surprised Utah hasn't also tried to make a push for the NFL. Maybe metropolitan areas in Utah aren't great. Salt Lake City is not a massive metro area by US standards. But it's going to be interesting because the Utah state legislature has actually passed resolutions saying we are happy to fund these arena projects in Salt Lake City. So that's an interesting backdrop. There's been a lot of discussion about the potential for further expansion of Major League Baseball and the NHL into new markets. We know Major League Soccer is also on an expansion path with more teams going to be added soon. We know Major League Rugby, which is a smaller major league in the US and Canada, is also keen for, expansion locations and growing their brand. And now we've got the NRL, obviously from Australia, taking games obviously over to Las Vegas. They've done their combine. A couple of players have been given the opportunity to train in Australia and potentially earn a contract spot. I think there's a couple of NRLW contracts that have actually been won by players who participated in the NRL combines during the Vegas week. So that's interesting. I haven't actually done a video. I was meant to do a video on the potential of the NRL or the ARL buying a controlling stake in the Super League. So that's an interesting subplot. And whether the World Club Challenge should be played in Vegas on the Vegas weekend. That'd be quite interesting as well. Talking about sporting takeovers, Liberty Media have now purchased an 86% stake in MotoGP from Dorna. Now, Dorna management will stay in place, at least for the time being, in the short to medium term. But this is going to be an interesting to see how that plans out in regards to MotoGP and the direction they take. I can only see a similar direction as what Liberty Media have done with F1, more races in the US and changes to the weekend race structure. But the major difference is you've got the two, Moto3 and Moto2, that are raced at a pretty high standard with Grand Prix racing. We know changes have been made to superbikes, World Superbikes over the years, and we know both World Superbikes and MotoGP are both behind a paywall in large areas of the world now. They're not on free-to-air coverage anymore, which I think has slightly hampered the potential growth of MotoGP and Superbikes. When I was a kid, they were both on free-to-air coverage, and they were both fantastic to watch. As time has gone on, they've gone behind paywall. So certain aspects of motorsport have gone behind the paywall, and I don't think, especially with Liberty Media, I don't think necessarily the traditional fan really enjoys a lot of the changes that have taken place in regards to season structures, the amount of races, the way the race weekend is now structured, and the TV deals in place. I understand the Drive to Survive on Netflix was a great success, has helped grow interest in North America, predominantly in the US, but to a certain extent in Canada. But I don't think necessarily a lot of the changes that Liberty Media had made have gone down particularly well. Although a lot of the changes that have already happened with F1 happened under the Bernie Ecclestone era as well, towards the end of his time in charge of the sport. So with the MotoGP side of things, the fact they're keeping the Dorna management in place is really, really interesting. And so we'll see if they keep to their structure that they currently have, or if they start to make changes to their race weekends, having sprint races, sprint qualifying, that kind of thing. But the fact I will be doing a video on Liberty Media buying a stake, controlling stake in MotoGP off Dorna. But the fact they are leaving the Dorna management in place, I think is I think they've got a good product. And they don't need to change it too much. F1, I think they've made too many changes, but we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, there's been a fair bit going on. Obviously, the controversy surrounding the England jersey and also the Germany jerseys, not only for the Euros, but long term, because Adidas have lost the jersey contract for the German national team when it comes to association football. And a lot of German fans, in fact, a lot of people in Germany aren't happy with that, because Adidas obviously is a famous German company, and Nike, or Nike, depending on how you pronounce it, is an American company. Now, if it had been won by Puma, which is another German company, I don't think there would have been the uproar. But the Nike jersey controversy, especially as they're using Fanatics for a lot of their manufacturing purposes, hasn't gone down well. Now, obviously, there's been a lot of hoo-ha on social media about the England kit and the St George Cross kind of tweaks. Ironically, in 1966, the training shirts on the armbands had the blue and purple colours on the arm trim. They've decided to put it into a George Cross hybrid thing and make tweaks. It's not gone down well. But then I look at the price, and then I look at the press release from Nike, and what they've said. It's basically the same press release as Major League Baseball. And look at the fiasco Nike and Fanatics have had with Major League Baseball, and the quality of product, not only that the consumer is getting, but also the players are getting as well. And then I look at the price tag. For me, the price tag is severely off-putting. Even the kids' sizes, we're talking 60 odd pounds. Convert that to dollars. I don't know what the actual conversion rate is, but that's a similar price in US dollars. Then you look at the various adult sizes and the various levels of full authentic, like match day authentic and match day replica. We're talking 120 to 150 pounds for something that when I was a kid would be like 40, 50 pounds. And if you were a child, which is VAT exempt, which is a sales tax, you're talking 15, 20 quid. They've massively put a markup. They're using cheaper materials. And it's basically the press release from Nike Europe is basically the same as what the Nike Fanatics' fiasco was with Major League Baseball. They've just tweaked it with cheeky little design changes. The fabric we're using more breathable. It's basically a copy and paste of what they used a month or so ago with Major League Baseball. And look at the reaction baseball fans and players had to that. I won't be buying this England kit. I mean, I like collecting jerseys. I like sports memorabilia, but I look at the prices now of fan merch, and it's just I'm not willing to pay that. Not gonna lie, I'm not willing to pay the asking price for a subpar product that's already controversial. It's like with the Nigeria kit at the 2018 World Cup. They sold out within less than 6 hours. They went to a retro design, which was fantastic. I believe Adidas made the kit for Nigeria in 2018. So they went with a retro design, which was fantastic. I have to admit, wasn't the most attractive jersey, but it was a retro design, and retro is fashionable. They sold out within 6 hours. They did not make enough and stock enough of a very popular design. And people were waiting up to 6 weeks to get their kit, to get their replica. So we'll see what's happened with the England kit and the Germany kit as well. There's been some issues. You're not allowed to have the number 44 because of the associations with the Nazis and the SS, because the way they've done the numbering on the Germany kit for this year's Euros is really bad. I'm not going to lie. Adidas have sort of made a blunder there. So they're not allowing people now to get the number 44 on their Adidas jerseys. Why would you want the number 44 anyway? Really? But again, I'm looking at price. I'm looking at the fact Adidas have lost the contract for the Germany national side, which, as I say, hasn't gone down well in Germany. Adidas, big German manufacturer, big employer in Germany. The fact that Puma didn't try and bid as well surprises me, because they're the other German company from the same village in Bavaria, because they were set up by rival brothers who fell out, which is quite interesting, actually. The history of Puma and Adidas is really interesting, and how they were set up by two rival brothers who fell out with each other for reasons. So they're on either side of the main road in this village. So one half of the village works for Adidas, the other half of the village works for Puma. It's hilarious, but they've come under fire as well. And I'm looking at the prices, and I'm just saying this is not. It's a substandard product. I don't think the quality is as good. I still say this about my 2006 Blackburn shirt compared to my 94-95 Blackburn shirts. The 06-07 season, it's falling apart. My 94-95 is still almost pristine, apart from a little food stain that I just can't get out because it's been there for 30 years. But I look at the quality, and it's not good. They've made a bit of a blunder there. But a lot of jersey manufacturers and a lot of these companies are now subcontracting the work out to cheaper manufacturers, and they're putting a markup on. They're just doing the design. Fanatics has got a lot of agreements now, especially with North American sport, but also looking at. There's a guy I work with, his partner. She works for Fanatics on the Europe and Asia department, so she gets to travel to a lot of tournaments. I think she travelled to the last Euros, the last World Cup. Had to do a lot of traveling. I look at some of the prices, and he gets family discount, right? And I ask him about the prices, and he's like, a Burnley match day replica is 150 quid. Burnley, like, I understand Burnley, very historical club, regional club in the northeast, very historical, founder of the Football League. £150 for a Burnley match day, full, authentic, £150. Like, that's standard price. He gets discount. That that is ridiculous, and you cannot justify that. And I look at the materials they're using, and they are really, really cheap, really cheap. I look at some of my older NHL jerseys, like my CCM, Jaromir Jagr, Washington Capitals. We're talking late 90s, early 2000s that he was playing for the Capitals before he goes to the Rangers. It looks like it came out of the factory yesterday. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of manufacture by CCM. Fantastic, made in Canada, beautiful. My Reebok authentic Winnipeg Jets home, bit of wear and tear on it. I wore it a lot from about 2015, 2019. I wore it a lot. I was going to wear it for today, but I'll be doing a Winnipeg Jets video when the season's done. We've now hit 100 points for the season. Really unexpected. I think we've done quite well. Got over that wobble. We're down 1-3 in a row. Qualified for the playoffs. But I look at my old Reebok or Authentic, and I look at my CCM Authentic, and then I compare it to what is online for sale now, and I'll stick with my older jerseys. I know I talking about how secondhand jersey prices and collectibles. An original CCM Phoenix Coyotes, not an Arizona Kachina, which is something I really want to get my hands on. Not the current Kachina by Adidas, although in the summer they'll be flogging them because Adidas lose the contract, goes to Fanatics. CCM, we're talking $600 to $1,000. So talking about importation taxes and importation fees, yeah, that's a month's wages nearly for a jersey of a similar age to my CCM Washington Capitals, and that is a desirable home and away. They're both desirable. I believe their alternate's quite desirable from the 90s, early 2000s, before they went to the Yawning Coyote, of which I do have some merch of the Yawning Coyote, but very, very desirable. And the current Kachinas they currently have, they've been selling out rapidly. Every time they have another batch come on, they're gone. They're gone. And they are hard to get hold of, even with Adidas. CCM obviously have now lost the contract for making the old school authentic replicas. So it's all Adidas now. And then Adidas, their contract ends as soon as the Stanley Cup is awarded. That's it. And then the NHL store and all the club shops online will flog the Adidas stuff for pennies. Absolute pennies. And some of them, I know some of the reverse retros didn't sell very well. The Jets grey one didn't sell well. They got loads of them. They're going to be dirt cheap. I know this season's Aviator one did sell well. The previous Wordmark Jets didn't. The slightly lighter blue. They're going to have loads of them. They'll be cheap. People are already very, very concerned about Fanatics getting the sole manufacturing contract for the NHL, considering what's happened with Major League Baseball and considering some of the other issues with the Fanatics replicas that they already do under license for the NHL and Major League Baseball and other major leagues. I've got 2 NFL jerseys, and one of them, it's falling apart. Now, my Miami Dolphins is doing okay. My 49ers, the numbers are just falling off. And they're both exactly the same in manufacture, using the same material, but the glue. I wear my Dolphins more than my 49ers, yet the Dolphins has held up really, really well. I think it's double-layered numbers. 49ers, single-layer numbers come off. So they're probably different tiers of fan replica. One might be a slightly higher tier, so it's a bit better made. But Fanatics, the byword for Fanatics is cheap, poor customer service. You have to pay to do returns to Fanatics, by the way. You have to pay money to give a return if you're not happy with the product to Fanatics. That's shit customer service if ever I've you that no. That's one way to really piss off your customer base. But the problem is they've got a monopoly. They've got a massive monopoly. If your favourite player leaves the team, I mean, I'm a massive fan of Dustin Bufflin. He's retired now. Ben Sherratt was another one of my favourite players. He's playing for a different team now. So if I find a Sherratt or a Bufflin, I'm laughing because, But Big Buff, no one get rid of their Big Bufflin jerseys. I mean, he's an icon. I've got some Vegas Golden Knights gear when CCM still had the standard hoodie merch contract. But I do have what was a 24/7, which is now Fanatics, and the quality is shit. Got a Vegas t-shirt, quality's disgraceful, but my Vegas hoodie is really, really good. And that was made by CCM. So there is that. But yeah, I always say this. I did a video about jersey collecting or merchandise collecting. Do it end of season. Do it end of season. Don't wait. Don't pre-order next season. Do it end of season. You'll get some great discounts, and you can just add to your collection at the end of the season. You may look a little bit out of place the following season when all the new fans are wearing all the new gear and you're wearing last year's gear, but you'll be paying a lot less money. And in a time when, money's tight, inflation's still a problem, although it has come down massively, but I've just had my internet and phone bills go up. I've got issues with my council tax, partly because the local council are completely incompetent, and I'm still having a battle with them about my single person discount. But that's another debate for another day and debate for the other channel. Things are going up. bills are going up. My rent went up in February, and my wages aren't going up fast enough to cover that. So with and as I say, if the channel was self-sufficient and making me more money than making at my current work per month, that's a different argument, and I'll probably be able to do a lot more stuff and be less worried with bills. But if you are a sports fan, and we're talking about, you know, the Oakland A's relocation and fans boycotting, we're talking about Arizona and their arena situation, we're talking about other, and they're trying to get public money for these arenas. Although in Arizona's case, it's all privately funded, which is fantastic. But some of these billionaires and multi-billionaires going to state and city government and going, can you pay for our stadium, please? The city or the state doesn't get that money back easily. Oh God, we've actually had a good win. We're playing Southampton today. I hope we beat Southampton, because Southampton's form has been a little bit off the boil lately, and we might get a cheeky win. There are teams worse than us in the league. We haven't actually been playing badly. We've only had a couple of losses since John Eustace has been in charge, so we just had too many draws. And when Thomason was still in charge, we just lost that form over the festive period, and that did us. But I'm not overly keen on the current design. I think they've changed the tone of the blue to a sky blue, back to a darker blue, to a slightly lighter blue. The traditional blue and white is a dark blue with white and the crest, and they keep changing the color blue and tweaking it. Just you don't need to change that much, apart from the sponsor and the manufacturer. That is it. That's all you need to change. You don't need to change the design that much, but is what it is. But no, I might. Well, when the channel hits 2,000 subs, I've got to get Burnley shirt, so and wear that in a live stream. So depending on how quick we hit 2,000 subs, I mean, the Euros could do really fantastically. Yeah, I mean, you're a Birmingham fan, so I feel your pain. We're both having just disastrous seasons, but no, honestly, I've said this to any collector: always get secondhand. Or if you want to go through the main team store or the league store, do it end of season. Do it end of season. Go through the official channels, do it end of season, or find official resellers who've got a good reputation on eBay or Gumtree. You'll probably find that they can order stuff in on bankrupt clearance, because a lot of retailers will go bust. Independent sports shops and sports chains, they'll be closing down stores, bankrupt stock, and online sellers will buy a load of bankrupt stock for pennies, because the administrators need to clear this for insurance. So you could probably pick up 1,000 jerseys for like £100, because an independent sports store in a town's gone bust and they need to get rid of all their stock for insurance purposes. They'll probably go, right, well, here's £100, we'll just take it off your hands, and then they can sell it at a reasonable price online and make a small tidy profit. A lot of independent online sellers do that. They're quite reputable. You just buy bankrupt stock dirt cheap and you sell it at a reasonable price, and you just flog it. You get it in, get it out. You don't want to keep it too long, but you want to make a tidy profit. You buy it dirt cheap, you sell it for a reasonable price, maybe slightly below or just around regular retail price. You get it gone. And once you build up a good reputation and the stock is in good condition, more and more people will go on your selling page and it's gone, and you make a fair bit of money. And you can sustain yourself with a good business. Unfortunately, you've just got to rely on these retailers or this unsold stock not getting sold and having to be cleared for insurance purposes. Retailers will do this. They will sell basically bankrupt stocks or excess stock they didn't sell on auction, and then a buyer will buy up in bulk and then for a set price, and then sell it for a small profit margin and do rather well. There's quite a few of that who do that using eBay and Gumtree and other resale sites. So there is that. But I don't want to get bogged down too much in talking about, although I want to do a video discussing some of my football sports memorabilia and going through how football's evolved since the 60s to the modern era in regards to sponsorship, and a few other things. And the football programs I have and colour supplements I have, really interesting. They cover the period from 1966 through till 2012. So there's a good period where you can see the change in sponsorship. So you see the tobacco sponsorship coming in, and then you see the shift towards the betting companies towards the early 2010s. and the change in how the sport's played, the quality of pitches, the change in the kit design, sponsors on the jerseys, more sponsorship hoardings around the pitch. You see it going through. So I'm going to go through my programs. A lot of them are from the 90s, and this is the changeover from the Football League to the Premier League era. So that'll be an interesting video to do next week. I've got to go through and go and organise my football programs into an order. And we'll go through, because in a 3-year spell in the 60s, early 70s, 3-4 year spell, the advertising changes, and there's a very big shift in the late 60s, the early 70s, in a change in advertising and what companies. And this is where the tobacco advertising comes in. And this is at a time when the economy isn't doing great. End of the 60s, beginning of the 70s, there were economic issues. They were doing deindustrialization. They were trying to modernize the transportation infrastructure. And it's very interesting at that point, the change in sports sponsorship, the tobacco sponsorship, really comes in the late 60s, early 70s, through till the early 90s. And then you start seeing the alcohol sponsorship and then the gambling sponsorship for like places like Coral and Ladbrokes, the big betting shop chains, because they were re-regulated and legalized. And I've also got a couple of old F1, not annuals, but books that cover F1 up until the late 90s, early 2000s. And again, you see the tobacco sponsorship in this period. So I will go through some of those, and it is really striking how when you hit the 70s and 80s, principal sponsors of sports teams were tobacco companies. Principal sponsors on the advertising hoardings and for tournaments were tobacco companies and alcohol companies. And then you see a shift in the 90s away from tobacco to the betting industry. And it's a really interesting shift, and it's really interesting that you see when the times are good and when times are bad economically, you can see the change, like engineering firms, tech firms, banks, when times are good, when times are bad, gambling, alcohol, tobacco. And it's really interesting how, with what's happening in the socio-economic side, sport, and you see where the sponsorship money is coming from. It's really, really interesting. So I've got a snapshot in the late 60s, early 70s for some that I've collected, and then I've got a snapshot in the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s, the beginning of the Premier League era, and the restructuring of the Football League. It's very interesting to look at the sponsors on the jerseys when they start coming in, the sponsors around the stadiums, and the adverts within the programs. It gets really, like the match day sponsor, for example, or the main team sponsor or secondary. It gets really, really interesting to see the change in the sponsorship demographic in a way. F1 is just tech firms and watches, yes. But F1 I haven't watched for a long time. Even before Liberty Media took over, there were changes happening, which Liberty Media carried on with. That includes the regulations that came in under Bernie Ecclestone. And as I said, Liberty Media are now going for a controlling stake in MotoGP. They're expanding their sports portfolio, but they are keeping the MotoGP Dorna management in place. So that's going to be really interesting. They only own 80, or they own a controlling stake. They're not full control yet. Now, they may go for full control in the next couple of years, but Dorna have a minority stake and their management stay in place. Now, I think this is purely, for whatever reason, MotoGP's having some money issues, clearly, and they needed an injection of cash. And for whatever reason, the investors in Dorna were happy for Dorna to lose a huge chunk of their ownership of MotoGP as an organisation. Now, people have been critical of Dorna. Motorsport fans have been critical of Dorna for certain aspects of their governance of MotoGP and their ownership of MotoGP. But I am concerned with the potential of what could happen with structural changes to MotoGP. Unfortunately, MotoGP, much like F1, much like Superbikes, has gone behind a paywall. And that's been a problem that both forms of motorsport, F1 and categories of motorsport, F1 and their support package, MotoGP and theirs, they've gone behind a paywall. They're cutting off millions and millions, not only here in the UK, but further afield, because satellite TV, you've got to pay. And I do think we're reaching a point where the TV rights deals are going to be plateauing for what they're actually worth. We are seeing broadcasters cutting jobs and laying off staff and restructuring, and we are seeing the rise of streaming services. Some are free, some you have to pay for, and some sports are going straight to YouTube and say, look, bang, there you go. We're going to do our streams on YouTube live. Now, the V8 Supercars, you've got to pay a membership to watch all the races, but you can watch it on YouTube for a lot less money than what you would have to pay for your annual or monthly subscription package, which also means you get sports you don't want and stuff you don't want. You can't just tailor make it going, I just want these particular sports to watch. You get crap you don't want, which is why I have the separate NRL website subscription. I don't want to get the other Sky Sports crap of sports that I don't want to watch. I believe Silverstone's been behind a paywall. Yes. Yeah, I believe so. This is the trend that's been going on for some time. With the changes to where the sponsorship money comes from, with the loss of the tobacco money, with certain countries and jurisdictions restricting alcohol sponsorship, and with the financial crash in the late 2000s, and then COVID on top of that, sports lost a lot of money. And what these two things exposed was how badly financially sports were run. And they had big TV deals back in the late, in the 2000s and the 2010s. But it does expose, you have to ask the question, where's all the money gone? Where has all the money gone? Why are professional sports teams going bust? Why are professional sports teams shrinking their support staff? Why are they, especially motorsport? We were a 3-car team or a 3-bike team. We're now going to be a 2 or a 1. You have to ask where the money's gone. You have to ask that question about football. The European Super League. It's been nearly 3 years to the day, just shy of 3 years since that all blew up at the end of April 2021, and I've been watching a lot of videos surrounding that subject, and I'm doing a bit of research, and it's very, very interesting. The Super League idea goes back to the late 90s when they restructured the Champions League and the UEFA Cup and the Cup Winners' Cup. Goes back to the 90s, and there's been a every few years, every time they restructure the Champions League, it's because the European Super League idea keeps popping up. And then you actually realise how much debt these clubs have, but then you also look at the American investment in these clubs as well, leading the way, and then the other investors coming in. No, there's no tobacco sponsorship in Monaco. Tobacco sponsorship globally has been outlawed. There was an agreement with a lot of nations at government level saying, no, we have to move away from this, which is why they're getting a bit iffy around, vaping and the e-liquids. And I think the only one you can get away with is Rizla, because they're actually a paper company, the cigarette papers, and Swan, because they do non-tobacco products. So Swan do matches and lighters and fire lighters. Rizla do more than just cigarette papers. They are a paper pulp company that is famous, obviously, for the Rizla cigarette papers. I'm actually going to find one of my packets. So I know I shouldn't do this, but Swan makes cigarette filters, but they also make matches and lighters and fire lighters. But they're famous for their rolling papers and filters. And Rizla are also famous for their papers and filters. There are other companies as well, and that's how they can get around the advertising ban on tobacco. There you go. Because they make non-tobacco products. So that's a cheeky one that certain companies can work around. But you can't have like Marlboro or Golden Virginia or B&H, Be on Edge. Remember the old Jordan F1 livery from the late 90s, 2000, the gold livery, Benson Hedges, from 96 to about, I'm going to say 2003. The Jordan F1 team had the Beer Benson Hedges sponsorship deal. Iconic. The JPS Specials Lotus in the 80s. You won't get that now. But Rizla and Swan can get around that because they do non-tobacco products. I think Swan also do lighter fluid and liquefied natural gas products like butane camping, like Calor and stuff like that. So they can get around that. No, Monaco isn't. Monaco isn't. Monaco has still signed up to the same principles as all the others. Um, and as a nation, even though they're a tiny, tiny nation, a micro state, they still have signed up to the same laws surrounding it. So, but you notice we're now having the discussion about gambling sponsorship. Now, what I've noticed, and I will stress this. Now, I obviously watch a lot of the live NRL broadcasts, and almost every other ad is a gambling ad. Honestly, almost every other ad is a gambling ad for a gambling firm. And then I look at the US, especially, but also Canada, because obviously I do obviously enjoy my NHL. And again, it's just it's almost wall to wall gambling. Almost every YouTuber now that is a sports YouTuber of any note in the US, sports gambling. And there was obviously Shane Pinto got half a season for the Ottawa Senators for gambling breaches. Ironically, the Ottawa Senators, one of their primary sponsors, is a gambling firm. Ivan Toney, yes, he got 8 months. Tamori gets his ban. I think there were 2 other players in the Tamori case that were all linked at their time in Serie A. But you see this. And the irony is all these clubs have got gambling companies as primary or secondary sponsors. So it's the hypocrisy of it all. You're placing these young men, and in some cases young women, in a situation where, say with the AFL illicit drugs policy, you're throwing them into this situation. They're very young. They're getting a lot of money. Yet you've got to either relax gambling or relax drugs policy. Yet you're sponsored by alcohol firms if there's an alcohol issue, and you're sponsored by gambling firms. And then you wonder why there is an issue with alcohol-related incidents and gambling-related incidents. It is like Trippier as well. Tamori got done. Trippier got done when he was, I believe, was he at Tottenham or Atletico? Trippier got done as well. You had Sturridge was another one. Michael Chopra back in the day. Joey Barton got an 18-month ban right at the end of his career for many more breaches than Ivan Toney. We're talking significant breaches. There have been loads over the last, I'm going to say 10 years, 15 years. Chopra is the one that I think really opens people's eyes, as that was, I think, should have been the watershed moment, wasn't, and it has continued. And it has been a litany of players. Tamori, that's why he hasn't played for Newcastle for the best part of 8 months. He got a backdated ban from his time at Juventus. It involved several other of his former teammates as well. They were gambling on matches. Hence why Newcastle struggled this season. He was their big signing. He played to start the season and then gets suspended. He was playing right up to the point he was basically told you're getting a ban. He played, I think, a day before he was banned. Which is one of the reasons why Newcastle have struggled with their midfield. But there's been loads, and this is not isolated. Now, as I say, Australia at the moment is struggling with a recreational drug use issue. European football is struggling with a gambling issue. Baseball. Otani, the Japanese LA Dodgers player, has been embroiled in a betting scandal to do with his former interpreter. So this is it's not going to go away. Now, obviously, over here in Europe, especially in the UK, there's going to be changes in regards to the betting sponsorship and advertising. I think football's leading the way, but I think other sports are going to sign up as well to reduce the reliance on the gambling firms and the income coming from those sponsors. I think greyhound racing and horse racing will be exempt from any changes because of their reliance on the gambling firms to sustain their sports economically, which has always been the case. But in the US, we've now got one of the biggest Major League Baseball teams and one of the biggest, I think the biggest ever signing. This is guys, is the highest paid player ever now involved in a gambling scandal and a betting scandal. Now, we don't know if he's the one who's placed the best or it was an interpreter or someone else, but there's definitely been something that's gone on there, and it's rocked. There's a lot of questions being asked within Major League Baseball about the Ohtani case, and he's just signed a massive contract, biggest contract in Major League Baseball history, I believe, highest paid baseball player of all time, and this is a problem. And I don't think the US is fully ready for the legislation and the rules they've got to bring in. I don't think they're going to be ready. I don't think they're fully prepared, even though they caught a couple of players like Pinto in the NHL who've breached betting rules. They're not fully prepared for the numbers of breaches that are going to be taking place. I just don't think so. I just don't think they were fully equipped to deal with. I'm going to have to prop my back up. I love having a bad back. I love having bad knees. Oh, this is so much more comfortable. But no, I don't think the major leagues in North America are actually fully prepared for the amount of offences that are going to be coming. And what is the hypocrisy of it? You're putting these predominantly young men, but as I say, young women, because women are becoming more and more into the professional sports fold with professional leagues, professional athletes. It's the hypocrisy of putting these young people into these positions where they're surrounded by the gambling ads, and their teams are sponsored by the gambling companies, which I've got nothing against. Because the regulated gambling industry has to be so above board. They've got all these systems in place to detect suspicious betting patterns, but the players are doing the betting breaches within the code of conduct and the rules of what they are and aren't allowed to gamble on. And it's the same with the recreational drug use aspect and the debate about legalization and regulation and decriminalization and should they be on the banned list. But as things currently stand, they are. And but you're putting young people in a position where they've got a lot of money. They are very inexperienced in the ways of the world. Some of these, especially association football players and a lot of athletes in Europe, they're turning professional at 15, 16 years old. And in some jurisdictions, you can gamble at a very young age. Now, they've upped the gambling age now fully for everything, including the lottery and scratch cards here to 18 a couple of years ago. But when I was growing up, I could buy cigarettes at 16. I could play the national lottery and buy a scratch card at 16. Now I can't. Now kids today have to wait till they're 18. But in the US, for example, you've got to be 21 to buy alcohol. But what I'm saying is you're putting these young, impressionable young adults and teenagers into a world they're not fully equipped for at a very young age with a lot of money and a lot of spotlight on them. And that's a lot of pressure as well, which can lead to drug and alcohol gambling problems to cope. And then you wonder why, especially with the alcohol and gambling sponsors that we have in professional sport, why a lot of them do struggle with situations, or they do have these gambling problems or whatever. It stuns me, absolutely stuns me that we are putting this much pressure on these young men and women. And I don't think professional sports look after them particularly well. Even though all these sports, so all these programs are out here and all these support packages are out there, I really don't think they more care about their image. And this is what we're seeing with the AFL in Australia. Is their illicit drugs policy really about rehabilitating the players and helping the players, or is it about protecting the league's image? I'm going with the latter. They say it's about player welfare, and they use this medical model, which is known to be a flawed medical model, by the way. It's not best practice anymore. That's been known for many, many years. And there's too many loopholes in the system. And then you end up with the situation we're in. But as I said in a couple of previous videos, in regards to legislation and regulation about things, until 2017, apart from the state of Nevada and a couple of local jurisdictions in the US like Atlantic City and some of the other big cities that had licensed casinos, gambling was illegal outside the state of Nevada. Completely illegal. And which is apart from state lotteries, right? So you can only go to like Atlantic City, for example, was one of the few jurisdictions in New Jersey where you could gamble legally, but not on sports, only on slot machines and casinos, or on the Indian reservation casinos. So the US is slow on the uptake of regulating and legalizing. And now that they have, they're not prepared for the structures they have to put in place to avoid what we're now seeing with high-profile athletes getting bans for breaching betting rules. They're not prepared. Now, I buy my lottery ticket occasionally, and I buy the occasional scratch card through the National Lottery scratch cards, for example. I didn't win on my scratch card today, for example, that I bought yesterday. I was hoping to win and have a bit of a fun week off work, but didn't happen. I'm still getting over this horrible chest. I think I've had I've definitely had a bout of scarlet fever, and now I've got whatever this is. Or 21 should be the drinking age. I don't necessarily agree with that. I just think prohibition doesn't work. We know this. Just read your history books. Didn't work in the US. Didn't work in Scandinavia. Prohibition doesn't work. But fair regulation does, and transparent regulation does. The problem is that the vast majority of people can drink responsibly, can gamble responsibly. When we're talking about recreational drug use, look, Germany's just legalized cannabis, for example. But what gets me is, again, we're putting a lot of pressure on these young people. They live their lives in the public eye. The press, any hint of any hint of anything, and social media. This is where the relationship between sport and social media has completely broken down, completely. And I say that with obviously some irony because we're discussing this on a social media platform. But I generally look at it as when I do a match review or when I, discuss a sports team history or whatever video I'm discussing, I do it with an open book. I try to anyway. I've lost a lot of that bias that I had when I was 5, 6, 7 years ago when the channel first started up. But I try and give the benefit of the doubt. But when you have a repeat offender like a Zach Hardacre, for example, who's had multiple offences against him for a variety of behavioural issues of a criminal nature as well, then I start losing sympathy when they're constantly reoffending. Be it recreational drugs, steroids, drink driving, basically being a bit of a dick, as we say over here, basically being a bit of a knob. Zach Hardacre, for me, I mean, this is where you're letting your teammates down, you're letting your community down, and you're letting yourself down. He cost Castleford that grand final. On the eve of the grand final, you're suspended for 2 years, mate. You're off your tits on drugs. And he had a lot of off-field incidents, both here and in Australia. His time at Penrith was a disaster. Had no impact on the Penrith team when he was over there. Didn't play well at all. And so question marks get raised about how many chances you give these people. But his bad behaviour started at a very young age when Featherstone went, we're going to get rid of you. We're going to let you move on. They obviously noticed there was issues with his temperament, his off-field behaviours, whatever. He then goes, I believe it was Leeds, and it was multiple incidents at Leeds. He goes to Penrith, comes back to Castleford, and there's been a lot. And there comes a point where you're going, player welfare is important, but it's a privilege, not a right to be an athlete. American athletes. I think it depends on the sport. People think a lot of athletes get paid a lot, and they do. And the average is bumped up by the top earners. What I find interesting is that when we see a high-profile athlete have a misdemeanor, it makes big news. But there's a lot of lesser-paid athletes, potentially in the same sport, in the same team, or in the same competition, And because they're, well, I wouldn't say not as good, because to reach the top level, you've got to have a fair bit of talent, but they're less well known, or they're not as big a marketable star. It's and it seems to be more the NFL. There's a website dedicated to NFL players who've got criminal charges against them, or misdemeanor charges and federal charge. I mean, there's I think 2 NFL players up for murder charges. There's a multitude on firearms offences, a multitude on drugs offences, a multitude of driving offences, domestic violence. There's a website dedicated to NFL players who have got, you know. There's another one. There's a Reddit thread at the moment which is quite funny about NRL scandals, and some of the things on there, I'm like, oh my god, this is just scraping up the surface. So the NRL scandals one, and some of them are just funny, but some of them are like, this is disgraceful behaviour committed by these athletes, these young men, and actually in some cases young women between the ages of 18 and 40. I mean, I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, this happened. There was an incident where one player bit another player's penis on the field. Yeah. But in regards to law breaking, there have been contract terminations where they've just been right, you're sacked, you're done. There have been others where they've been lengthily suspended, never played again, but they've had their contracts paid out. And there are others where it's ongoing, and we'll see if they're allowed back into the fold, if they're allowed another contract or whatever. But breach of contract, I think there needs to be a more transparent kind of conduct, and what is and isn't acceptable. And we need more of the players who obey the rules, who do things properly, to say enough's enough. We've got to stop welcoming these people back, especially drugs cheats when it comes to doping. There were a couple of players this weekend in the NRL who've had 4-year bans. Bronson Sherry and Michael Jennings, both caught in the same season for the same offence of performance-enhancing drugs. One was 19 at the time, one was 31. So one was a senior player, one was after his first debut season. Both of them look more jacked up now than what they did 4 years ago. Like, are they still missing? Because they're on the banned list. They're not allowed to compete. So they're completely out of the testing pool now. But they look more juiced up now than what they did 4 years ago. But their teammates have welcomed them back into the fold like nothing's happened, which I don't think is right. I don't think that's right. The Olympians, well, a lot of the Olympians are NCAA athletes, so they're student athletes. If you've watched the South Park episode where Cartman dresses up as a plantation owner, a rich Southern gentleman, and like the Colonel Sanders from KFC, and he goes into the collegiate office of this NCAA program and talks to the university, is it rector or principal, and goes, I want to offer you $60 for whites, $50 for blacks. We don't no, they're student athletes. Oh, student athletes. And it's the Cartman, a bit tongue-in-cheek about, twisting how, slavery was used in the Deep South and in the colonies, when Great Britain and France had colonies in North America, and Spain had colonies in North America. Bit of tongue-in-cheek about that, and how much even white settlers were also in servitude and slavery. And he goes in and goes, I would like to buy some of your fine young men, and I'll pay $60 for a white man and $50 for a black man. And the guy goes, oh no, we have to pay them now. We call them student athletes. They are still, it's a tongue in cheek, and South Park is brilliant at satire and humor and risque humor. But that's basically the student athletes. They are getting exploited. I think that, the student athletes are getting exploited in the US, and even in Canada with the junior hockey players. There's been a lot of allegations of exploitation and athlete welfare not being looked after, and abuse allegations, with Hockey Canada being under a lot of the spotlight for how they dealt with allegations against coaches and players misbehaving. But no, the NCAA is, Dan is one of the moderators on the channel. He works for Sacramento FC now in California. He was an NCAA baseball player in, I think it was it Syracuse University or Ithaca up in New York. Did his elbow, can't play anymore. He completely did his pitching arm in really badly. He showed me his grim. he had obviously gone over to Sacramento. He's now working for Sacramento FC in the second tier of American football, as in American Association football, below the MLS. Doing really well, got a good paid job now, which is fantastic. And it's because of the channel, ironically. But that's an interesting one. Oh, Aaron Hernandez due to a Connecticut law. But I think, was he? Did all the offences happen in Connecticut? Connecticut, some of the states have some weird state laws versus federal laws. But yeah, the Aaron Hernandez, I watched that documentary. Chilling, that 3-part documentary. Absolutely chilling. But then you find out when they did his autopsy on his, and they looked at the brain injuries he had been sustaining, regardless of his potential sexuality and the motivations behind it, and his drug use. And recreational drug use was a big part of the Aaron Hernandez story. The condition of his brain. Now, I see this debate a lot where NFL fans don't like the fact that they seem to think the NFL is the most superior sport in the world, and their players are like hard as nails. They can't tackle properly. The helmets actually increase the chance of concussion, not reduce it, because all this extra padding. The players think they're invincible. They have like, there's no consequence because I'm armored. Not the case. You're rattling around inside a tin can, quite literally. The debate between like rugby league and rugby union players and how they'll tear up the NFL and the whole Reece Summit argument at the moment. That's another interesting sub point. But they did the autopsy and they looked at the state of his brain. Now, I love my contact team sports. I do think the players should sign a waiver and I'll be aware of the risks. I think the teams and the leagues need to look after the players when they do have concussions or concussion symptoms or any injury for that matter and actually allow them to fully heal before throwing them back out there. I know some leagues and sports have got better protocols now than others. But Aaron Hernandez's brain was, Jesus, he would have been a dribbling wreck within a couple of years. He would have been like an 85-year-old Parkinson's or Alzheimer's patient, dementia patient within a couple of years. His brain was in that bad a state. It was almost on the same level as Chris Benoit, the wrestler. He was in a really... Oh, no, don't listen to the NRL scrapping the kickoff because they'll just lose. So many fans will switch off and the sport will not... No. When you're making rule changes, and this is key, you do not want a fan who hasn't watched the game for a couple of years to come back and go, what is this crap? You risk losing the potential US fan base, which they want to grow, and the existing fan base will just go, nah, we're not buying this. We're not having this. There have been a lot of concussions this weekend. I will admit that. Every game I've watched, there's been the Roosters game was ridiculous. The Roosters Bulldogs game was ridiculous. There were the fact that they were having to activate the 18th man on both sides. One of them was obviously due to the foul play aspect of Dominic Young's tackle on Blake Taff, where Blake Taff, he's knocked out before he hits the ground. That is disgraceful by Dominic Young. I hope he gets a lengthy suspension. There was something about Dominic Young's attitude in the Roosters Bulldogs game where it just was off for me. He's not a dirty player, but he went out with nasty intent on Friday night. Not gonna lie, I think he deserves a lengthy ban for that one. If they do that, they risk shooting themselves in the foot, killing the sport. Well, look at the reaction that has happened over here in the Super League with the rule changes, amongst other things that the RFL and IMG are doing so well, which is not at all. The players are basically threatened to go on strike. The fact that the NFL has now changed the kickoff for this coming season. The NFL's changed the kickoff. So there's no more fair catches. They want players to run the ball. They want players to run the ball back. They've got rid of the fair catch. And the onside kick can only happen in the fourth quarter, the last 15 minutes of play or something, and they have to inform the referee that they're going to do the onside. Well, that takes away the surprise aspect of the onside kick. So they've changed the kickoff rules in the NFL. Fans are losing their minds. I think it could be quite entertaining because special teams, players like Lewis Reed Zanuck going over to the NFL really have a chance to score a lot of touchdowns. I don't believe that. I think that's literally just clickbait article writing by the mainstream media in Australia to just clickbait because there's not a lot going on in regards to NRL news. All they can report on right now is, apart from the Roosters, not the Roosters, apart from South Sydney having a stinker to start the season, and there's nothing to write about, apart from a couple of players are going to be suspended coming out this week. Regan Campbell-Gillard has been put on report twice in the Parramatta-Canberra game for high shots. He's looking at suspension. Latrell Mitchell, there's a lot of his performance over the weekend was disgraceful. People need to stop. He's a protected species. I can't see how Souths fans can keep defending him. The NFL, yes. The hip drop tackle, yes, they are. It's already bad in the NRL. And yeah, American football fans are going, "What? This is ridiculous." No. Do you want your leg snapped? Because we've seen some nasty leg injuries in rugby league and rugby union, and even the AFL in regards to the hip drop. Do you want your leg snapped? Because yeah. Do you want your knee? I mean, I've done my knee, done both my knees and both my ankles. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant when you have a hip drop and you tear your groin because the guy's putting all these. The hip drop it's come into all these sports because what's happened with all these tackling contact sports, as I'll call them, is there's been a lot of rule changes, and a lot of those rule changes have been brought in during the COVID period, and they've been a lot very fast, very quick. Some for the good, some for not so good, but there's been some certain tackle techniques, like this the sling tackle in the AFL, where you wrap both arms up like that and you fling the player, and they're basically left defenseless, and then the head hits the ground. That's been outlawed for a few years now. The shoulder charge in rugby league, for example, been outlawed for a while. The seatbelt tackle in rugby union. A lot of it's to do with player safety, but also it helps speed up the game if you have less of the wrestling side of it and the stop and they're trying to speed up the game, make the game more entertaining to watch. Oh, what the raised point of the elbow? Absolutely. Latrell Mitchell should get more than that. He should get more than that. That was a deliberate attempt to injure. That's a deliberate attempt to injure. He's done that full point of elbow in the face neck area. I'm sorry. Blake, is it Blake Solly, the chief executive or the CEO of the Rabbitohs, coming out going, the booing's racist, the reporting's racist, they're playing the race card, which I don't like. People are booing Latrell Mitchell because of his shitty on-field behaviour, his attitude, his wages being extortionate, and he's not playing very well. Dirty hits. He can say whatever he wants to the media, get away with it. He can interfere in the judiciary process when it doesn't even involve him. Any other player, ban. The NRL have been very, very, it's Latrell Mitchell, he's a superstar. There are loads of superstars of Indigenous or Maori or Polynesian origin in the game. Yes, there is an element of between the Polynesian, Maori, and Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander Aboriginal groups of a bit of racism, even between people of colour. We've seen that with Spencer Leniu and Ezra Mann. There is an element between the Lebanese community and the African community in Melbourne, for example, the Italian community. We've seen it in all the sports, right? Not just the Caucasians being racist. Please, at no point have the mainstream media mentioned the colour of his bloody skin. They're playing the victim. He's been protected by the NRL. He's got away with a lot of bad behaviour. He's got away with a lot of rule breaches in regards to his TV radio interview where they had to pull it. The radio broadcaster got a heavy fine for that. Heavy fine. No trouble. His involvement in the giving interviews before the judiciary process was completed in regards to Spencer Leniu is in breach of the rules. And then other players were like, well, it's free reign then. We can do it then. And because he wasn't punished, if the NRL punished any of the other players, be it if they're Indigenous origin or not, that wouldn't have looked good. So the NRL then shot themselves in the foot by not going, Latrell, sorry, you can't do that. We're going to have to cop you with a fine and a one-game ban. No. You can do what you want. And a lot of fans remember what he did to Joey Manu and how he deliberately lined him up and basically shattered his head. Right, completely collapsed off his face. And how long did he get for that? Did he get 4 or 6 games for that? Oh, I don't think that suspension was long enough. That was shocking. That was a shocking attempt. Absolutely shocking attempt. He's lining him up from 30 yards away, just gone, right, I'm going to go for you, I don't care. And he's not even attempted to wrap. He's trying to decapitate him. Fans remember that. Joey Manu is one of the most liked and loved players in the game. Former teammate, right? That was a disgrace. That was a disgrace of a challenge. But in that 2021 season, there were several instances where he's kicked out players on the ground, tried to stamp on them, potential eye gouging, raising the point of the elbow into contact, where he's leading elbow first, which is basically a swinging arm, rather than putting the forearm up to brace. He's leading with the elbow, which is really cheap shotting. That's a cheap shot tactic. Don't like it. Oh, and then also during the COVID pandemic, he used the excuse of going out in the bush to be with his fellow Aboriginal lads when he was firing unlicensed firearms, riding unlicensed quad bikes, and getting pissed while people were dying in lockdown. That didn't go down well. Neither did it go down well because he had Josh Adokar. They were both mucking around. Don't film it. If you're going to do that, don't be that arrogant to go, we're going to film this. They were fucking around with unlicensed firearms, unlicensed, uninsured quad bikes. But we're getting back to our Aboriginal roots, which was a BS excuse. That was, we're taking the piss. We don't care. We're going to fuck around whilst people were actually seriously ill, losing their jobs, dying. That doesn't sit well with me. If was like, this is why I didn't do a lot of content when I was ill before. Partly because if I phone up sick and then I'm doing YouTube content, my work's going to go, are you really that ill? And secondly, when I'm actually had sick days, when I had my motorcycle accident, so those viewers who knew I had a bad motorcycle, because there were people watching this back who weren't viewers back in 2021. When I had my bad motorcycle accident, I was off work for 2.5 months and I was seriously ill. I didn't do any content. Looking back on it, that was actually the right decision. I was signed off ill because my work had gone, well, you're not that ill. So looking back on it, that was the right decision that I took. And about the time I was not in a good mental health space and in a good health space anyway, and the content wouldn't have been great because, well, I was dosed to my eyeballs on a variety of medications. It wasn't fun, and I was seriously ill. So there's that. And it wouldn't have been great for you guys to watch, and it would have been maybe a bit upsetting for you guys to watch how ill I was at the time. But looking back on it, I think, it harmed the channel's growth. It was the right decision. I don't want to have a conflict of interest and have a potential with, an employer going, well, you're not that sick. No, his fullback play is absolutely diabolical. His defensive play is shocking. I mean, that 30-yard spin pass he does, which is completely pointless on the first play, where he just launches it. Run the ball. Run the fucking ball. You're paid how much? Run the ball. You're a big bloke. You can break tackles. Run the ball. I'm going to throw it 30 yards. The defensive line comes up. My winger or opposite centre collects the ball. He's got nowhere to go. What is the point of that pass? The opposition now know he's not on today. We're going to he's going to play soft today. We're going to target him. He always wants to try the highlight reel play. Doesn't put the hard yards in. Clearly, there's a divided dressing room there. And this has been mentioned. There's a reason why Sam Burgess left the coaching setup. He said some home truths. He basically said Cody Walker and Latrell Mitchell are protected at that club. They can get away with so much that other players are not held to the same account. Other players are held to a higher standard. If they were to do what these two lads are doing, they're going to get a spray. Jason Demetriou is a weak coach because he's allowing them to get favourable treatment. And this is what Burgess said. And he was like, I'm off. I'm gone. Demetriou doesn't see out the season with how they're playing. He's gone. If you're going to have Latrell Mitchell on the side, he plays left centre, you put White in at fullback. Or you play White in the halves and you get someone else to play fullback. Oh, there's a problem. Blake Taft's gone. Because the other fullback within the top 30 stuck behind Latrell Mitchell because of favouritism, who I think plays better than Latrell Mitchell as a fullback, has now left the club. You haven't got a player at South Sydney at first grade level to fill in there. Alex Johnson is a winger. He's also out injured. They've just shot themselves in the foot by pandering to Latrell Mitchell and Cody Walker. They've allowed these two players whose egos are higher than their skill level, I think, at the moment. Cody Walker looks shot. He looks done as a first grader. Done. Absolutely done. Latrell Mitchell was basically, his ego was too big. He's protected. He's pampered. Yeah, he might do a lot of great off the field in the community. That's fine. I call that champagne socialism. Look at me for my Instagram clicks. Do that without the Instagram side of things. Just do your charity work, do your community work. You don't have to make a big song and dance about it. Loads of athletes do that. So when they start making a song and dance about it, they go, this is now champagne socialism. You're using it for your social media clout to get more followers and to grow your brand. It's all about brand image. If he worked as hard on the field and on training as he does in the community, he might be a half-decent player. I don't necessarily think Des Hasler necessarily has to be fired. I think there are issues at the Titans with the makeup of the squad and the quality of that roster. They played better today, we'll admit. Gold Coast gave it a fair crack today. They actually started to figure out their attack in the second half. But yeah, it's not a good. They haven't got a good squad. They just hasn't got the squad to do what he wants to do. I do apologise about my Latrell Mitchell rant, but I think the Roosters saw something and decided we're going to have problems with this guy. I think they saw something back in 2019 going, we're going to have problems with this guy. The Roosters, much like the Storm, have a no dickhead policy, really. They've had a couple of dickheads in the past. They're pretty good about the culture they have and who they sign. They've had the odd bad egg, but when they see problems with a player, they get them out the door. There's a reason why Cooper Cronk goes to the Roosters and not to any other club in New South Wales or Sydney. Culture. Culture has a big thing to do with it. And from what I'm seeing, I think the Roosters know something we didn't at the time? I think the Roosters were proven right because Souths haven't won a premiership with Latrell. No, Joey Marnie's a better fullback than Latrell Mitchell. Suoliti, ironically, is a better fullback than Latrell Mitchell. The World Cup proved that. His best role is, whenever I've seen Latrell Mitchell play his best, is left centre. He's so destructive. And because South's attack is so left-centric, get him in the left centre channel then. He's not doing fullback runs. He's not getting enough meters out in yardage. And he's not making the right runs in the right times to justify being fullback. He's wasting a roster spot there. But now they haven't got anyone else to play fullback on a full-time basis as a specialist because Alex Johnson is a winger who can cover at fullback in short spells, but he's not an out-and-out fullback, and he's injured, and you've lost Campbell Graham, who's got that speed and height on the right-hand side. Basically, he didn't get his way at the Roosters. That's why he went. But I think they also were like, we can't be arsed with his attitude. Bye. Not a team player. Out you go. And when you've got, who's the Souths captain? When you've got other Souths players going, basically saying you're not doing the calls right, you're not passing the ball right, you're not coming into the line right, this is not how we're structuring our attack. He's not a team player, never has been. He believes the hype that when he was a teenager at the Roosters, when he first broke through, that he was the next Greg Inglis. Yeah, he is carrying it. He's actually lost weight. That's the scary thing. The problem with Latrell is with a few other players is the media overhype them when they have a couple of good seasons when they're young. They get their big contract and they don't live up to that big contract. He's not consistent enough. There is no doubt that on his day when his mind is focused and when he's fully fit, mind focused, he's playing well. He's one of the best left-sided strike players you've got. Predominantly, I would say on in the centre on the wing. He is fantastic on the left-hand side in attack. But when the team around him is having a bit of a wobble, not playing very well, and that's generally when he's unfocused, not motivated. His runs across when he's in the fullback channel defending. There were several tries they conceded, and you could just see where's the gut bursting run to stop it? Where's the commitment? There was no commitment there. He was exposed defensively multiple times when he's coming across the goal line, behind the defensive line to cover off the kick or cover off the line break. And he's just jogging. There is no commitment. There was no energy. There was no drive to get across. Yeah. So there's that. But I will be delving into the advanced stats behind South Sydney's poor start of the season. They've got the worst defence on average. Even the Titans have got a better defence and have also scored more points in the last couple of games. So combined, the aggregate, the last two games, the Titans have scored more points and conceded less. So there's an issue with the defensive structures at Souths, and I think Demetrio's done. I think he's cooked. I generally do. I think there were warning signs. Well, last season, obviously, they had their famous what I call batting collapse. They did at Brisbane from the season before. They fell away badly. Brisbane did it the year before. Souths did it last season. And you're thinking, okay, the first game in Vegas, there were some good signs there, and in the second half, they again collapsed against the Sea Eagles. They haven't really recovered apart from a sloppy win against the Bulldogs, where the Bulldogs had to deal with a couple of players coming off injured, like Preston, for example, key forward, driver of the standards for a young guy. He's one of the best forwards they have. High energy, broken jaw. He goes off, disrupts the Bulldogs a little bit, unsettles them a little bit, and they get a sloppy, unconvincing win. Then they're battered at the weekend. Their advanced stats are shocking, absolutely. And people go, oh, but they're missing Campbell Graham. And yes, they are. Campbell Graham is a very, very good player. Jai Arrow is a pretty solid player. They're missing a couple of. Alex Johnson wasn't there at the weekend. They're missing some players. Fine. I feel sorry for Lockie Ilias getting dropped, and now he's obviously broken his leg, so he's going to be out long term. Dean Hawkins, he's been thrown in at the deep end as well. When the halfback alongside him is playing like he wants to retire, because Cody Walker is. I'm sorry, he looks like he's done at this level. He looks done at this level. He's not getting wound up and aggressively emotional. He just looks depressed and done. He doesn't look fit. He doesn't look right. The communication isn't there, and that's putting pressure on Damien Cook, who I think is a very, very good number 9, a very good hooker, a very and Manazalos as the backup too. A young, motivated hooker and a very, very good, experienced hooker. They're under pressure when their forward pack are getting beaten up, and the halfback is the number 6 is putting them under pressure by poor passes, poor organisation. He's clearly not fully fit. Neither is Latrell Mitchell. They're both looking overweight and slow. Who wants those contracts? Cody Walker's at the end of his career. Let's be honest. Another season, max, maybe 2. You can see that Lachlan Ilias has been put under a lot of pressure as a young player because Cody Walker is, well, struggling. And obviously the Adam Reynolds didn't want to keep Reynolds. This is the new next big thing. A lot of pressure put on him by the media, by the team. Reynolds, solid player, tough player, good organizer. He goes, big shoes to fill, and he's got players around him who aren't, leading what they should. I don't think they will. I don't think Des Hasler would tolerate Latrell Mitchell's attitude and lack of fitness. The Dragons, Shane Flanagan won't tolerate. Those are two coaches that won't tolerate a petulant player. Wouldn't tolerate it. Sorry, you look at their overall records as coaches, and they both Premiership winning coaches. And you look at how they drive their standards, and what they expect of their players in regards to fitness, commitment, and attitude. They know, no, not in a million years. Wouldn't sign him. They are. Des Hasler, as I say, expects very high standards of his players, high fitness levels and high commitment levels. Even in defeat, he expects the players to throw everything into it and try. But Ben Barber showed up for him. Showed up and actually played for him. Through all his issues, he actually showed up and showed what he could do because he had motivation and he was part of the team. He did some individual brilliance, but he also did the teamwork aspect, the off-field aspect, and training aspect. Okay, maybe not the best, but he was part of the teamwork ethic. And on match day, would put 110% in. So, what the Dragons? They've had some good wins and they've had some bad losses, and they've had some. The weather against Newcastle. The weather was diabolical. They got their kicking game wrong. Even Ben Hunt at the pool game. Zach Lomax, ironically, I think played rather well in attack. Defensively, got exposed a little bit, but the weather was horrendous. That was an inch and a half fell the previous day. Then you have that on top. That was diabolical playing conditions. They didn't play badly in aspects, but then the mistakes started happening. They tried to chase the game. They went away from their structure, and they tried to push passes and push the play in unplayable conditions. Lomax played a bit of time at fullback on a tactical change in the second half. I think Lomax has stated that he wasn't happy. He wanted to leave. The club are allowing him to leave next season, and he's staying professional and there's no issues with him and his teammates. He's staying professional, and he's obviously playing out of his skin to get a contract. Joe Marnie has stated that he will not play for another NRL club other than the Roosters. It looks like he's going to Japanese rugby for a short stint, so the Roosters can stay salary cap compliant when he's going to come back. Joe Marnie will only play for the Roosters. I can't see him going anywhere else. He's even stated that he will not play for another NRL club apart from the Roosters if and when he returns from rugby union, or if they can work out a way to re-sign him and stay cap compliant next year. So there's that. Parramatta today were really poor. I know Micah Sevo gets 2 tries, but they were really not great today. So it's been a very interesting opening month or so to the NRL season. I think it's been really interesting. No one's undefeated. Everyone can beat everyone. Penrith have dropped a couple of games. Although I do like Brad Schneider at the Panthers as a long-term replacement for Jerome Luai. I think that could work quite well as he grows into his game. Could mix things up a little bit. But no, some teams are really disappointed. Some teams have surprised. It's been a very mixed bag. which is a good sign. It's been a very open start to the season. The West Tigers winning games, and they're not favourites for the wooden spoon. So I think Benji Marshall, has got things going now and got them playing a certain style of play. Yes, they lost at the weekend. They lost this weekend, but that's we'll wait and see. Well, Wayne Bennett's last year, I think he will go into some kind of director kind of role. I can't see him coaching somewhere else. He's not almost 80, in his early 70s. He's over 70 years old now. He's past retirement age. I can't see him coaching anywhere else post this season. The same argument's been had with Craig Bellamy and what's going on, although I think Craig Bellamy is more likely to retire at the end of the season. But that uncertainty surrounding Craig Bellamy, I think, is going to hamper the Melbourne Storm as time goes along. But I can see Wayne Bennett being in a more advisory role in the future for a club or even the NRL. He could advise them what expansion team to go for. I could see him in an advisory capacity for a couple more years post coaching with the league, or even with Queensland in regards to state of origin in the state league. I could see him in a advisory or part-time administrative role. And I think with the topic of expansion, and I've discussed expansion in not just the NRL but a variety of leagues around the world. Having a coach of that standing who has now coached an expansion team, that is key. A couple of expansion teams, actually, if you talk about Brisbane and even coaching down at Canberra. That kind of invaluable experience when it comes to possibly the greatest coach of all time. You could argue Tim Sheens and a few others as being in that category of the GOAT coaches of all time because of the amount of games coached, amount of wins, amount of grand final wins, etc., etc., etc. Coaching national sides and rep sides. But if you were to get some of his caliber of a coaching caliber, when you're a league looking at expansion, I think the best people to have on an advisory kind of idea, either with that expansion team or with the league, is a coach who's coached an expansion team for their inaugural couple of seasons. So what he did with Brisbane, for example, and how he built that team into a juggernaut. What he was doing at Canberra as well to help, he was down at Canberra, as was Tim Sheens. They are two guys, the amount of knowledge they have on how to structure not only the playing roster, but also the non-playing side, the support side, the player support side, the training structures. That would be invaluable. You would want those type of individuals. And that's where I think Wayne Bennett ends up. Potentially Tim Sheens alongside him as in advisory roles in regards to an expansion team with the league. Every time Bennett leaves the club is always horrible. St George, Newcastle, and Brisbane the second time. Brisbane have turned, yes and no. The logical choice for expansion to the NRL is Perth or South Island. New Guinea is not a realistic option financially and security-wise. No, that's correct. I would say yes with Perth, but the time difference is a concern. The issues they had the first time around with travel expenses for the away teams was an issue. The league and the sport's got far more money now than it did when Perth were last a team over 25 years ago. They last had a team. So with Adelaide, the fact that these teams that are further away from the East Coast were paying the travel expenses of the visiting team. It's like the Newfoundland Growlers or Grizzlies have just folded in the ECHL in ice hockey in Canada, and they are one of the reasons why they folded were they were paying the travel expenses of the visiting teams from the US and Canada. And when you're on a shoestring budget anyway, and you've got to pay for your opposition to play there, so. In regards to placing an expansion team in a North American or Australasian market, if we're looking at that, travel has got to be considered. Now, how the AFL's done it is quite interesting because there are two teams in the Perth metro area. And they've now got teams up in Queensland to Western Australia. So there's a lot of travel. The US and Canada, the last two expansion teams in the NHL, are on the west side of the US, one in the southwest, one in the Pacific Northwest in the last few years. And again, the travel aspect has to be considered and factored in regards to away teams. So what Catalan Dragons paying the travel expenses of away teams, that's something that needs to be looked at. That has and Toulouse have got even smaller budget than Catalan. That has to be looked at. That's going to hamper them going forward unless they've got owners with really, really deep pockets who are willing to do that or write that off as a expenditure on corporate debt or corporate taxes as an operating expense. Eventually, that will eat into your operating budget and then make you less profitable or even making a loss maker. And that's when sustainability comes in. And that's where the league or the sponsors. This is where you have to argue about the TV money. Now, the NRL compared to the Super League, their TV deal is fantastic. Fantastic. The Super League current TV deal is worth less for every game to be televised. So the RFL board, I don't know how much say Catalan and the French Rugby League actually had in the TV deal negotiations, and I don't know how the French side of it is constructed. But the fact that 3 teams don't get any games on regular season league games on the telly unless the Challenge Cup interferes with it with something else is a joke, considering that there's enough games on free to air where every team could have a home game televised. But no, I don't like that. That was one of the factors for the Toronto Wolfpack paying the other team. Yeah, I mean, the Wolfpack experiment was never going to work. The Ottawa Races was never going to work. Hence why they moved to Cornwall, which I don't know if that's going to work long term or not with how the lower levels of the professional semi-pro game are going in Europe right now. But the Toronto Wolfpack, that idea, even pre-COVID, there are players still owed money by the Wolfpack. There are players, I don't know how much they owe in salaries, but it's a couple of million in unpaid salaries to players and non-playing staff that are still owed. So that's 4 years now. That's gone on, whereby salaries are still unpaid. So this could hamper the growth of rugby league in North America if they want to have a Canadian team, which is the Wolfpack. If they want to grow, I think the NRL has got to be the catalyst for growth internationally now. The Super League have tried, failed. No, it was never going to work. Let's be honest. The fact that they were having to pay, and to fly to Canada is really expensive. It's not cheap with the carbon tax the Trudeau government's brought in. Yes, there are some government decisions that are impacted. A lot of clubs do. And this IMG grading BS, can we bin that off, please? Because some of the lower level teams in the Super League, some of the teams at the bottom of the Super League are like, why should we try this season? They're only going to relegate us anyway, regardless of what we do on the field. So we're not going to waste time and money signing players who could improve us because, irregardless, we're getting relegated. So teams are resigned to, TV deals worth less money. IMG are grading us like this. How can the Newcastle Thunder be rated higher than several Super League clubs is beyond me. But that is the joke. That is this grading system, this criteria system. The RFL with their ridiculous, arbitrary, reactionary rule changes because they're terrified of a lawsuit, which they could win. Bradford went bankrupt Bradford went into administration, and Widnes went into administration, but Bradford had multiple issues. There were multiple issues at Bradford. They were paying salaries that they on credit, basically. They were a very successful side, won a lot of Challenge Cups and Super Leagues and all that, and played in World Cup challenges. But they basically, early on, they could sustain it. But then Odsal, the maintenance cost at Odsal is prohibitive. It's a crumbling stadium. You're not going to get the crowds that you could do back in the day because you've got to have a percentage of all-seater stands and less terracing and all that lovely stuff. the maintenance of Odsal and the playing surface, the salaries were getting ridiculous, and they ended up being exposed because they had some bad loans, and they couldn't pay their the debt on their loans. They were basically paying players with borrowed money, and they had some big name contracts on the books at the time. Widnes, they don't own their stadium; they rent their stadium from the local council, which is what they did for Widnes. London Broncos have gone to multiple stadiums that they are the anchor tenants or the tenants of. So currently, AFC Wimbledon are their landlords. Although Plough Lane does work as a rugby league stadium, it does better than Trailfinders. It does work as a rugby league stadium. I hope the Broncos stay there long term. Yeah, Huddersfield. I mean, you look. People say, the the north of England, heart of rugby league, attendance is a shit. Anyone who says, apart from a handful of clubs that have got great attendance, Huddersfield barely draw any fans now. Bradford, one of the greatest sides of the modern era, not in the Super League. London Broncos, team in the capital, went to part-time status a couple of seasons ago to save money. London Scholars have gone back to amateur status because money. Newcastle Fun. The game is not working. It's not healthy. It's not. I don't think it necessarily hurts them. There's a lot of Northerners have moved down south for work because the wages are higher. There's more jobs in the southeast, and there's a lot of Aussies and Kiwis living over here as expats. So they can work if the right ownership comes in and invests, and they can get the right players. But unfortunately, with the RFL's decision to get IMG involved, it hampers that. They've had some decent seasons in the past. They've played in Challenge Cup finals, for Christ's sake. But not having a permanent home ground for any length of time. They started out at Fulham Rugby League Club, so there was enough interest in the 80s to start up a rugby league team in posh part of London called Fulham. So, but they've moved around a lot. They played at a lot of grounds in the London area. But now they're at Plough Lane, which I do think works for rugby league. I think it's the right stadium for them to play in. And they're on the Surrey side of London, so that's a very affluent side of London where people have a bit more disposable income. So if you get locals interested, they have money to spend. And there's a lot of businesses based on there's more corporate money. You can get the right sponsors. Things can go in a different direction. Wigan, St Helens, Warrington, Leeds, and Catalan. Well, the IMG grading protects them. So these teams, right? These teams can have shockingly bad seasons. Right, this season, for example, they can fall off a cliff, right? They can be terrible. Hypothetically, never get relegated because of the grading structure. So London Broncos could win the Super League regular season, could win the Challenge Cup, and still wouldn't be good enough for IMG. In theory, it's like the money rules in Premier League. The financial fair play with how it's structured now and how they change the rule is designed to protect the Big Six. Can't be having them relegated. Can't be giving them points deductions. Can't be punishing them. And it's created an imbalance. The European Super League debacle. I actually hope Chelsea have a shocker next season. I hope Man City do get found guilty of some of these charges. I do hope that Liverpool and Arsenal fall off. I actually hope that Newcastle are allowed to challenge the established order. I do hope that Brighton can keep challenging that top 6, top 7. I hope Spurs still don't win a trophy because I think with their arrogance to go, we're signing up for this Super League, we're going to go, sod the rest of you. We're going to take all the money out of the game. We're going to kill the domestic game alongside all those other clubs that we're going to sign up for the Super League. We're going to kill their domestic leagues. We're going to be greedy. We're going to kill the aspirations of 99% of the clubs. We're going to be to the rest of you. I hope they all struggle. I hope Spurs never win another trophy as long as I live. I honestly do. The fact that their owner has been done for insider trading, but has managed to get away with just a fine. That's disgusting to me. He's not fit to run a football club. You've got the Glazers who've I wouldn't say asset strip, but have laden Man United with unsustainable amounts of debt. If they were a standalone company, they're bankrupt, they're liquidated. Chelsea, well, they can do what they want. They were never making any money. They're not for profit. People go, Man City made a profit. Yeah, with some dodgy dealings. Arsenal, I can tolerate a bit more to a certain extent. Eventually, in the fullness of time, Sir Jim Ratcliffe and his family and the Ineos group will take full control. It will be over the next couple of years. They're going to take it percentage by percentage until Sir Jim Ratcliffe and Ineos and his family are the sole owners or the majority owners. Now, whether he sells a stake of that to the fans, we shall see. We'll see what happens with the football regulator coming in. But it's very interesting that the big six will look, no, we don't want the football regulator because they know they won't be a protected species anymore. They've damaged football irreparably, in my view. Same Real Madrid and Barcelona. Like, how are the Real Madrid and Barcelona funding their stadium rebuilds when they've got between them nearly €3 billion in debt is beyond me. This is where I think it's broken. And it's the same in the North American sports. Let's not kid ourselves, please. Oh, Bayern. Oh, Harry Kane goes to Bayern and they don't win a trophy this season. Would be hilarious. Goes to a team that's had a decade of dominance in their domestic league and also the one in Europe. Can't win a trophy this season. Would be hilarious. Bayer Leverkusen finally deserved to get their first league title. And then we've got Athletic Bilbao potentially could end their 40-year title drought if they win the Copa del Rey, which they are favourites for. So PSG, well, that's a Middle Eastern playboys plaything, isn't it? And there's been some corrupt dealings surrounding PSG with their owner and some of his other business interests that are also linked to the Paris Olympics and French rugby and TV deals and some dodginess going on there that's been investigated. Football is broken. Football is broken completely. Completely broken. But then I look at and it's not just the golf money that's come in, or the oil money that's come in. It's the American money as well. There's a lot of this foreign money coming into the European leagues that have distorted things to a greater extent than what they were distorted before. And UEFA have been reactionary in reformatting the European competitions to prevent the Super League idea, which was mooted back in 1998. Before all the dodgy foreign money came in. And the Americans have tried to Americanize our sport. And we're now seeing the pushback. And the American owners, no offense to them, but they have that. I've done videos on this. The sports culture is different. The franchise model versus local community sets up club. Wealthy benefactor or benefactor comes in who may also be local, may even be the factory owner or the company owner that employs a lot of the fans. Goes, well, I think it's good that we have a local football club. I'll help financially support this because happy workers are more productive, and it's a community thing. And my little workshop has now grown to being, my little workshop company where we do repair work on cars has now become a national chain, whatever it may be. Like Jack Walker at Blackburn, local industrialist, born and raised in the town, was like, well, this club's part of the community. I'm part of the community. I employ a lot of the people in the community. That's where it's a good thing when you've got a local businessman plus fan involvement. If some fans want to buy a stake in the club, that's fine. Becomes the wealthy benefactor. The 50+1 rule can work. Wealthy benefactor. Fans have a say in how their clubs run. It works well in Germany. People go, oh, but Bayern have won the league. It's always worked well in Germany. Always. You just have that wealthy benefactor, but he can't just make it his own personal plaything. He has to listen to fans. He doesn't have sole control. The fans have that stake. The benefactor or benefactors have to say, we're willing to fund it, but we can't just asset strip because we're out the door. The fans will go, well, we're voting you out. We'll find a new investor to come in, or we'll take the financial hit. we have to sell players and go down to the second or third tier and rebuild, we will. But if you're going to be dodgy, you're gone. I think that works. No, I Bayern never had Klopp as manager. He was Dortmund, and then he goes to Liverpool. Tuchel was Dortmund, then he goes to PSG, then he goes to Chelsea. Alonso is committed to Leverkusen. He said no to Liverpool. I think he's penned a new deal with Bayer Leverkusen. He will not go to Munich. I don't think the fans would. Yeah. Well, Wrexham. I don't think Wrexham's been a bad thing. I think Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney, I think, have actually got the community in Wrexham. I think they've actually understood and researched the sports market they were going into. You know, the fact that Ryan Reynolds was also interested in getting the Ottawa Senators shows that he wants to diversify. He thinks, people see me as Deadpool. There's only so many Deadpool films I can make before I'm hitting 50 and I can't do my stunts anymore. And before that starts getting a bit long in the tooth. I want a post-acting career or whatever. I want to diversify myself and become a bit of a businessman. LeBron James has a stake in Liverpool, for crying out loud. But I think McElhenney and Reynolds get European sport and the club culture and the community culture more than other North American owners. I think they've looked at it, they've properly researched how things work. And while they are Hollywood celebrities, I think they've actually done their homework, their research. They've got the right people in to advise them. And they went, okay, we'll fund the team, but we also need to fix this stadium. We understand the history of Wrexham, how it's the oldest club in Wales. Internationals have been played here. We need to get the facilities up to standard as well. I think Mbappe, I can see that being in breach of FIFA and UEFA ownership rules, but I don't know with Mbappe. There's a lot of things about club football that I think are completely broken, which is why I don't watch club football much anymore. I've really tuned out. I've lost my love for it. I still do content, obviously, when the FA Cup's on and the European finals are on and then the international tournaments are on. I would obviously still do that content, but regular season, I mean, look how many managers have been sacked this season that I haven't done videos on because it's just like, this is becoming so commonplace now. Is it worth making the content? What Mbappe, where he ends up, I don't care where Mbappe ends up. I think he's overrated. People go, but he's one of these, he's one of these trophies and blah, blah, blah. I think the quality of football we're seeing at international level and at club level is not as high as what it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, he is not a superstar player. I don't know how the ownership rules work in North American professional sports. In a sense, I don't understand how Madrid can afford his salary and his signing fee because they're bankrupt. If Madrid did not have fan ownership and vote in a president, they can't sign him. They would be a Deportivo or a Valencia, Real Sociedad kind of situation. Real Betis historically have had money issues. They would not be in the position to sustain that. And Spanish football's in a mess financially. Absolute mess. It's not just Barcelona and Real Madrid that have got money problems. It's the whole bloody league. They were paying wages that were unsustainable, and the lesser clubs that wanted to close that gap were throwing money around they didn't have, like Valencia, to compete. Valencia still haven't finished their bloody stadium build. It's been almost 20 years. This is why I see Bilbao's Cantara policy as actually now making a lot of sense, because they're not breaking the bank with transfers because they've limited themselves to signing players of Basque origin and players that have come through a Basque club system or their own youth system. So the Williams brothers qualified because they moved to the Basque country when they were young kids, and they played youth football in the Basque country, even though they played for one place for Spain, one place for Ghana, and they're of Ghanaian heritage. I love that cheeky little. Well, they played it. Oh yeah, it's a joke. This is why the Super League came about, is because these three clubs ran out of money, and were breaking financial rules anyway. And there's been corruption links with these clubs, where they're bribing match officials, and the whole ecosystem of association football is broken. It's corrupt to the core. There's too much money going around. The TV deals are badly structured. A handful of clubs and club executives have got too much power, and not for the better. There's a lot of nepotism. There's a lot of cronyism, and there's a lot of dodgy business dealings. I think is a good way to look at it. There is a lot of corruption. There's a lot of match fixing allegations. There's been some very suspicious performances at World Cups and Euros that you like. I seem to remember, was it the Swiss Ukraine game where it was so bad in 2006? You go, that's fixed. Italy, South Korea in 2002, you're going, that's fixed. And the Italian players should know a thing, and the Italian Federation should know a thing or two about match fixing. Let's be honest, it happens quite a lot in Italy. And when they're going, this is fixed. Come on, there was some very Barca still owe Bordeaux money over a transfer that was meant to have been paid off 2 years ago, which led to Bordeaux going to administration and into relegation and financial difficulties. Barca owe money to a lot of people. And again, if that was a business, they're liquidated, they're broken up, they're done. Argentina, no, that wasn't fixed. If that was fixed, the Dutch and the Argentinians have never liked each other. Going back to the 70s in international football, they've never liked each other. If you're telling me that the Dutch setup, that would have to involve not only the players involved, so both squads, that would actually have to involve the Argentinian and Dutch FAs going, okay, well, we'll allow ourselves to lose this one. You guys can have that. Messi can have this World Cup. It's basically what it's saying. We'll allow one of our biggest rivals internationally, historically, because of the two World Cup finals in the 70s and some of their clashes at World Cups over the years, 98 being another one. We're going to allow you guys to have this, but you've got to let us have a little bit of a comeback to make fans believe that, that's so far-fetched. That was really entertaining. That was a fun game to watch as a neutral. Because Argentina had some issues defensively in the tournament. Let's not kid ourselves. Argentina were not great defensively in the tournament. They had a very good goalkeeper who was just standing on his head. But defensively, some of their structures weren't brilliant. I wouldn't even say Messi had the best of tournaments, ironically. And let me make this very clear. 2006, he barely makes the Argentinian side. The quality of player in the 90s and early 2000s overall is better than what we're seeing now, which is why Ronaldo and Messi stick out so much in the last 15 years, is there are less high-quality players around them that makes them look better than they actually are. So Argentina should have red cards, which both sets of both the Dutch. The Dutch have always had a nasty streak. The Argentinians. You rewatch some of the clashes between Argentina and Holland in World Cups past. I mean, Christ. Look at what the Dutch, when they play, they've got a very dirty streak in them as a team as well. But just because people think about the attacking style of Dutch play with the total football, and the Argentinian style with the high press and high energy and getting it and counter-attack and getting it into a player like Messi or De Pauli or a McAllister or another player of that ilk and pass and move really quick. On the attacking sense, it looks beautiful. Defensively, Argentina, dirty. The Dutch, dirty. They've always had that nasty streak to their play. People only see it from the Dennis Bergkamp goals of years past, or the Cruyff turn, or the Van Basten volley against the Soviets in '88. You look at the Dutch defensively, they are dirty as hell. Same with Argentina. They always have this streak in their play, which is really nasty, really dirty, and grubby. Always. You're right. The Dutch have always been nasty. Oh God, the De Jong, I'm going to cave in your chest. Nigel De Jong. Yeah, I'm going to kill you now. Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I remember that. That was what the final in 2010 is remembered for, is Nigel De Jong basically trying to kill Xabi Alonso in one of the most horrifically bad challenges of all time. But that final, that World Cup was a nasty World Cup for some of them. But you think that's bad. You look at the footage from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you'll be like, that happened. The FA, was it the FA Cup final in 1970 between Leeds and Chelsea? It was one of the dirtiest matches ever played. That by today's standards, neither side finishes the game is abandoned. There have been some really questionable where it's just the referee loses control. Portugal, Holland 2006 is a game that sticks out to me. I think it had 22 bookings and 3 reds or 4 reds in it. In the group stages of the World Cup in 2006 was one of the nastiest games I've seen in a long time. There's a conspiracy theory. Yeah, I know. That conspiracy theory has been debunked multiple times, but it happened at the height of the Cold War. There was a lot going on in South America politically, and with every South American country at that point was a military dictatorship, just putting it out there. Democracy wasn't a thing in South America in the 70s and 80s and 60s. Civil rights weren't really a thing. Brutal right-wing military dictatorships were killing thousands of their own people. Seriously, and the US were complicit in propping up these brutal regimes. One of the reasons why the US didn't get involved in the Falklands is they were basically sponsoring the state-sponsored brutality of the Galtieri junta in Argentina. But yeah, if Argentina were like, Argentina had a very good side in 78 and in 82 and in 86 and in 90 and in 94. There was a period where Argentina between 1978 and 1998 had a brilliant 20-year period of Messi doesn't get in any of those sides, in my opinion. Messi barely gets in the 2006 side, but the period between the late 70s and the early 2000s, Argentina, Jesus Christ, the teams they put out on the field, the quality is just ridiculous. People go in 86, so it's all the Maradona show. No, there were some world-class players in that side. It wasn't just Maradona show. There were some world-class players in that side. The 82 squad was even more stacked than the 78 squad. So there's that. And yeah. But no, that conspiracy theory, I've read articles and watched documentaries and TV series and stuff. No, the ball did actually go in. It did, if you look at enough replays. The interpretation now, if we had goal line tech, but I don't know. Technically, the final goal shouldn't have counted because there were fans already on the field, and so the referee should have stopped play because of the pitch invasion. But brilliant finish though by Jevez. But no, people go about what's the greatest game of all time. It's still the England-Brazil 1970 group stage match for me is the greatest game of all time. Just watch it. Just watch it. That is ridiculous. They're playing in high 30 degrees Celsius heat at altitude with high humidity in the middle of the day at the peak of heat. And it was only a 1-0 to Brazil at the end. And people go, but the Brazilians should be more used to the heat. The Brazilians wouldn't have been used to that altitude. And a lot of the Brazilians come from Sao Paulo and Rio, which is, ironically, a slightly cooler temperature than Recife in the north and Belo Horizonte. Best game of all time, apparently. I think it is. Just you can find the full match online. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous game. There are some other pretty good matches as well. And a lot of them have happened at World Cups and Euros. I think the recent Euros we had, which was pan-European, where the final was at Wembley 3 years ago, the delayed Euros that we had 3 years ago. There were some great games there as well. I think the England-Holland game in Euro '96 is one of the best games that I've ever seen. And I was only a young kid at the time, but I still think that was one of the best games I've ever seen myself. I think Uruguay Germany, that was a good game. I wouldn't say it was the best. I know it's the normal now. It will be the normal now. There's too much money for FIFA to go. Yeah, we'll shrink it back. I think it's the normal now. Looking at it, I'm looking forward to 2 years' time. I'm not going to deny that. But I still think the North American authorities are not fully ready for the misbehaviour of the European and South American fans. Yeah, I don't think they fully have anticipated how. Okay, they like to get their drink on. They like fighting each other, and I don't fully think. 94 was different. 94 was a completely different kettle of fish. But I do honestly think I don't think the North American police are fully equipped to what's coming their way. I really don't think they are prepared for the shitstorm of disorder that's going to come their way. I like some of the stadiums. I like some of the city locations. I do. But I think the transcontinental aspect of the tournament and the heat. If Mexico in 1970 and 86 is anything to go by, and even the Women's Football World Cup in Canada about a decade or so ago, anything to go by, the heat is going to be interesting to see how that impacts play. And then, of course, I remember in 2014, England played a couple of warm-up games in Miami, and there were some thunderstorms that popped up that did impact, I think, the England-Honduras game in 2014, warm-up friendly before the World Cup. There was some bad weather that came along. It did impact the game and start time. They had to stop the game for a bit, restart it, stop it, because there was a thunderstorm, lightning nearby. Yeah, but it's what the disorder's about. I think they are going to underestimate the rivalries between certain European nations and their fans, and the historic. A lot of American locals will also underestimate the historical rivalries between countries like Poland and Germany, and some of the Central and Eastern Europe, like let's say Croatia and Serbia both qualify, or Bosnia or whatever. That's going to be tasty. Let's say Greece and Macedonia qualify, North Macedonia, hypothetically, or Greece and Turkey. That's again a very awkward. It's a bit more than just sport with some of these countries. Yeah, it's a bit more than just sport with some of these countries. Oh no, they can. They can, because we have the Nations League. They can meet at the knockout stages. But if fans in fan zones come across each other, it's not going to be pretty. It's like Germany, Holland does a nasty element to it. Belgium, France, and Holland and Germany don't really like each other. There is an element to it, and oh God, all of them. They all hate Brazil. Argentina and Chile don't like each other. Peru and Bolivia and Paraguay all hate each other. Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador all seem to want to have the most political instability and have the most drug trafficking. Who can have the biggest drug trafficking gang? Well, there is an element of Balkan migration to northern Western Europe, over like Ibrahimovic, for example, is a Bosnian heritage. There's a lot of Croats, Slovenes, and Serbs who 3 or 4 generations ago have ended up in Austria. Romania has an interesting relationship with its neighbours. Bulgaria has an interest. So it depends who qualifies. And because the World Cup is going to be expanded, more European nations are going to qualify. Same with the Euros. The Euros are going to be quite tasty. Oh, yeah, Shaqiri. I did a video on that. He did get into a lot of trouble for that. Granit Xhaka, I mean, what a name, Granit. I mean, that's a great name. Yeah, Greece and Turkey, Italy and Albania, Italy and Greece, Spain and Portugal don't always get on. Italy and Austria and Italy and Germany have a little bit of tension. England and Scotland, obviously. The Scandinavian countries, people think the Scandinavian countries are all really nice. There will be elements of yeah. There's going to be some tasty. It's going to happen in the fan zones. It's going to happen in the fan zones. There's going to be some interesting stuff happening. The Dutch are renowned for having bad hooligan element at the moment. A lot of the Balkan countries. It's yeah. Well, being allowed back in, the Russian and Belarusian teams being allowed back to compete in various international sports. It's an interesting one. We do have obviously the Olympics coming up this summer as well. We've got the World Championship Ice Hockey next month and in June. It's an interesting one to consider and ponder. There's going to be ramifications, obviously. So we'll see. Saudi Arabia and Iran and the US, quite tasty. Yeah, there's some rivalries. US and Mexico, yes, it is. The US and Canada at anything is big rivalry now. In rugby union, historically, Canada has been the better of the two, and that's the same with ice hockey. But in association football, it's the other way around until recently. And the US and Canada are about equal now. Mexico as well. So there's a lot going on politically between the US and Mexico at the moment with the border situation and other things going on. So we'll see what happens, whoever becomes US president in the elections at the end of the year. That's going to have a big impact on a lot of things. Yeah, I don't somehow think Haiti are interested in World Cup qualification at this point, considering they don't have a functioning government. And the country's ruled by rival gang leaders shooting at each other. And Dominican Republic's more of a baseball following country. More people play baseball than football. But no, it's going to be interesting. There were some ugly scenes between Mexican and Argentinian fans at the World Cup in Qatar in the stands. There was some tasty scenes, but other than that, disorder was pretty minimal. But yeah, I'm not sure the US. It depends if they actually get very, very strict on the banning orders and okay, Sleepy Joe, your fake news. We've won again. We're gonna get so tired of winning. We're gonna keep on winning. Your fake news. I'm sorry, I can't do a Trump anymore. This happened back in, I believe it was 2018, and the build up to the Russia World Cup or just after, and there was a viewer who, and this is back in the day before I said subscribers only and all this, and there was a viewer who basically said, what are my views on politics and Donald Trump and, potential who's going to run against him and all this stuff. And this is where I decided to go, no more politics on the channel, I'm not going to do it. But I basically went into a rant about how the Democrats are right-wing with some socialist elements. So they're basically, they're still basically the Reform Party here in the UK. They're right-wing. And then the Republicans are more right-wing with a very, very neo-fascist element of, we're basically Mussolini, Franco, Hitler, Admiral Horthy and the Iron Cross in Hungary in 1944. We're getting onto levels of dictatorship here. And then there's an element of the Democratic Party that, we're right wing, but we'll have some left wing elements. So National Socialist. And so I went on this long hour and a half rant. We're gonna win. We're gonna get so tired of winning. I love the party educated. And we're going to build a wall. We're going to make Mexico pay for the wall. Anyway, jokes aside, about an hour and a half of the live stream was me basically ripping into American society, American consumerism, Trump, the Democrats, the Republicans, just the whole thing. And so the next day I did another live stream, and someone else went, I missed your live stream last night. Got a question for you. What are your views on Donald Trump? And the guy from the night before who had basically asked the Trump and America question said, don't do that. We don't do that here. We did it last night. It didn't end very well. Let's not do this. And all I could do was absolutely wet myself laughing, because the guy from the live stream before basically said to this new viewer, we don't do that here. We don't. And so, yes, things have happened since 2018 and me bringing in that personal rule of trying to keep the politics out of this channel. We discuss political things both historically and current affairs on the other channel, which I haven't done for a while. And there's some things that I think we need to discuss on the other channel, which could be quite interesting. And then COVID happens, and then professional sports, not just over here in the UK, but around the world, Australia with the AFL and the NRL and the A-League, for example, going, can we resume play? They're starting to ask for government handouts and exemptions, and they were having a lot of discussions with politicians about return to play. And governments realise sport is a very good way to keep people happy and avoid issues. Always has been. Back into ancient Rome, bread and circuses. Keep the plebs entertained, they won't rebel. Take away their entertainment, they get fractious and a bit rebellious. So it's kind of a thing, given the sport, that will at least occupy them, even if they're at home doing the isolation and doing the self-isolating and rule of six and all this stuff. Keeps them entertained. So getting sport back up and running, even without fans in attendance or with limited attendance, was a key thing of a lot of governments. Get the sport back up and running. It's a key component of the social cohesion. And unfortunately, because there were government loans and government grants, and there was legislation passed and all this, politics has got in. And then because politics had to get involved with professional sport rather than Olympic sport and amateur sport, it got messy over the last 4 years, and it's become a bit of a shambles ever since. Does Germany? Yes. Germany and Poland and Russia, Russia and Germany, Russia with everyone really, Russia with a lot of the Eastern European nations. Obviously what happened post World War II, and also historically before the First World War with the Russian Empire, there's a lot of geopolitical stuff that goes on there. And Germany has a rivalry with a lot of nations, especially its bordering countries like your Polands and the Scandinavian, like Norway and Denmark and Austria. There's a rivalry, and Czech Republic, Slovakia, the Dutch, the Belgians, the French. There is and then the hooligan element, the ultras. There is a big, it's a thing. Yeah, Germany and Italy, yeah, they've had many a famous clash at World Cups in both group stages, knockout stages, and finals. And same with the Euros, there's a rivalry there, yes. There's a big rivalry. And there's also a big German speaking population in the northeast because of Austrian and Holy Roman Empire going back again historically, but Austrian, Italy and Greece, yes, there's rivalry. There's a lot of rivalries. And this is where I don't think the North American, especially US sports fan, really fully appreciates the sporting rivalries. And it's not just football, basketball, ice hockey, at club level and at international level. Yeah, fan bases hate each other. It gets intense. Ice hockey is more friendly rivalry in a sense, but yeah. Turkey with Cyprus, it's a bit more different. There's a bit more of a uneasiness but a fair uneasiness and a respectful uneasiness. I think a lot of the younger Cypriots, both Turkic and Greco-Cypriot population, they see themselves as Cypriots. They see themselves as people of Cyprus, and it's the politicians in Athens, Nicosia, and Ankara that have caused the division on the island. Because Turkey is now a member of NATO and the UK and Cyprus are members of NATO, it's an awkward situation. But a lot of the younger people see themselves as Cypriot, and there's a bit more of a they want to talks to reunify Cyprus are going to be a thing at some point. I think it happens in our lifetime. But I do want to take the political aspect of a lot of this out to the other channel. We can do videos on the division of Cyprus and some of the other demilitarized zones and the Golan Heights, for example, the West Bank and other bits and pieces around the world, North and South Korea, and contested borders on the other channel. Let's talk sport, please. Pretty please. I do try and keep the politics side of things for the other channel as much as possible. It's getting harder, especially when it comes to international sport and rivalries in international sport. Like Portugal and Spain, people don't realise that Spain sees Portugal as another province. Yet the Portuguese had their War of Independence many hundreds of years ago. I'm talking about 400 or 500 years ago. And so Portugal and Spain have a very uneasy, awkward relationship. It's the same with Albania and Italy and things like that. African rivalries, loads. Nigeria and Cameroon is a big one, and Ghana and Ivory Coast. They're quite big. Some of the North African ones like Morocco and Tunisia and Algeria are quite interesting rivalries. But Morocco has an interesting rivalry with Spain and Portugal for historical reasons. And Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia have a very interesting rivalry with France for colonial reasons and post-colonialism and the issues there as well. Because a lot of the top quality Moroccan, Algerian, and Tunisian players play in Europe, predominantly in France and Spain. And they have a very awkward political and economic relationship with those countries. But Morocco is an interesting one because their league is really, really competitive. Really competitive. Yeah, Portugal and Angola, there's again, aspects with that. But I think a lot of the rivalries, I think, get overlooked because of various things. But Morocco has some tasty rivalries with Spain and especially, but also Algeria and Tunisia, because when they were part of French North Africa, the economic development and the investment and how when Kingdom of Morocco becomes not just a protectorate but fully independent was a more peaceful transition than Algeria, which had a very, very violent transition from French rule to Algerian rule with the War of Independence and the Algerian uprising, and that led to a lot of political issues in France. Tunisia was, again, different again, but their rivalries across North Africa are very, very interesting as well. Another fun fact, one of my mates, Claudio, went to school with Cristiano and his sister in Madeira, in Funchal. They're not as popular as you think in Portugal, by the way, especially Madeira. Another fun fact, there was a guy I used to work with called Jose Enrique, who also played for Sporting Lisbon the year I was born in 1989. He then came over here much later and works now in the hospitality industry, but he was also conscripted as a military police officer when Portugal still had compulsory military service. In the aftermath of the Carnation Revolution, in order to keep unemployment down, many young men were conscripted into the armed forces and police forces as auxiliaries. But yeah, there you go. So I actually worked with an ex-professional football player, and it's very interesting when the post-playing career of players. I don't think, and I've gone back to this many times, especially at the beginning of the live stream when I was discussing the issues that young athletes are facing in regards to, we were talking about betting and drug problems and alcohol problems, when they're thrust into the limelight at a very young age, late teens, early 20s. And they're not necessarily supported in the right way or guided in the right way, and they're giving a lot of money. Well, England and South Africa, it's a cricket rugby union rivalry. Well, Asian rivalries, there's a few, but because I wouldn't say professional football was a late addition, but because there's more focus on the Olympic sports in regards to things. It's when it comes, the Olympic sports and also Asian countries hosting the Olympics. So China and Japan have hosted most of the Asian Olympics. Korea's had a few as well, but China and Japan have had a fair few Olympic Games between them. Korea have now had 2 themselves. There's a lot of rivalry between those 3 countries. But there is definitely, but you have to look at some of these countries and what their primary professional leagues actually are. Japan, Korea, and the Philippines, and Taiwan, baseball. And there's a reason for this. US personnel being stationed post-World War II and post-Korean War in those countries. And the economic and political links between those Asian nations on the Pacific Rim and the US. So baseball is the primary sport in Japan, Korea, the Philippines, and Taiwan. That is very, very striking. Very, very striking. That their highest professional leagues are actually baseball, and their best players play Major League Baseball. It's the same with Central Latin America and the Dominican Republic, and obviously, what's the island in bloody the Caribbean that the Americans own? Again, baseball. And this is to do with baseball being the most popular sport at the time between the 1920s and the 1950s in the US. More US personnel. If you watch Band of Brothers, for example, the original Band of Brothers, the final episode, they finish with them playing a baseball game at the airbase they're stationed at. The last scene in Band of Brothers and the final episode is the baseball game. It was called America's Sport, America's Pastime. Now, the fact that the NBA, the NHL, and the NFL have obviously grown in popularity, and those leagues have unified all the other rival leagues that were there, because there were other American football leagues playing in the US professionally. The NBA only really became popular because the NHL owners needed to earn extra income before and after the Second World War. So they were like, we're short of money. Well, we'll also have basketball in our arenas as well. We need some extra cash. So baseball was basically unmolested without a lot of these economic issues. Yes, they did do a lot of part of their physical training was playing American football. Army commanders realised, much like us having the inter-services competitions over here in the UK with rugby league, rugby union, football. My dad played all three of those sports for the Army, and athletics, where my granddad and my dad both represented, and field hockey. My granddad represented the old Empire Games, which is now the Commonwealth. Military commanders realised that team sports were brilliant for the team working and keeping their soldiers fit and occupied on their downtime. So when they're behind the lines and they're out in reserve, they actually very quickly realised, across all the armies in around the world, they very quickly realised that keeping the soldiers fit, active, and occupied, which is crucial, reduced the numbers of desertions, improved their physical and mental well-being, and kept them in physical readiness for going into combat. And it also helped with teamwork on small unit level, which is why, again, a lot of emphasis. There's an army program with American football, a Navy program with American in the US. Why you'll see a lot of military appreciation nights at sports venues around the world. Predominantly in the US, it's an American thing, but it's come into Canadian, British, and other European, and also down in Australia and New Zealand. It's come in more and more with the Anzac Day games, for example, in rugby league and AFL. But yeah, no, it's a thing. And when they left the service, and a lot of them went back to their day job, some of them actually were high school teachers or former high school students. They became coaches. They became the sports teacher or the PE teacher or whatever, or the sports coach for a high school or a college. They went back into their previous employment if they didn't want to stay in the military. And they came up with ideas to, again, evolve the game. Plus, a lot of professional athletes were signed up to serve in both World Wars. So when I do my football club history videos, I make mention in a lot of them that World War I and World War II really disrupted some teams when they were starting to get good. And they weren't good afterwards, is because a lot of the players ended up fighting, dying, or getting injured in conflict. And they were some of the best soldiers. Some of the best soldiers were rugby league, rugby union, and football players in Europe, for example, because their sports were very physical, required a lot of teamwork, and you also had to train. Remember this, training. That's a very key thing. Because they had to train in the week, they were used to actually doing training schedules and training drills. Cricket as well, ironically. And so same with ice hockey with the NHL. Loads of NHL and other ice hockey league players went over and fought. And what their unit commanders found was these guys were a lot fitter. They were used to, obviously, physicality, or sometimes hand-to-hand combat. They worked out these guys were tough, physically fit, and better at organising. And they were used to doing training. They were used to going through and doing training sessions. So they were actually very, very easy to assimilate into the military structure because of their sporting structures, which is why the emphasis on the military units and military services having sports programs for the Olympic programs with nations, and also rugby league, rugby union, football, cricket, inter-services sports is a big thing. Not just in the US, it's the UK, the French, the Germans. They all do it. All the Eastern European countries do it. That's why the Red Army ice hockey team was so bloody good. Is the Russians during that, just at the end of the Second World War, when Germany's getting occupied. Well, there was a lot of Canadians and Americans, a lot of Brits also played ice hockey as well. And there was a lot of the German prisoners of war actually played ice hockey because the Winter Olympics in Kitzbühel in 1936, where we won. We won a gold. That's the thing. Jokes aside, they would have seen a lot of the service personnel in their spare time playing all of these sports, and they went, "We're going to invest in team sports through our military." So the Navy had a team, the Air Force, the KGB even had a team, and the Army. And so the Red Army team became a bloody good ice hockey team. Yeah, but then you look at it, it stopped one Soviet team, but then they were still pretty dominant throughout the rest of the 80s. There was several summit series in the 70s where the Red Army team came over and played several NHL teams. I think WHA teams as well. And there's one that famous World Juniors I think in 1988 where they kept flicking the lights on and off because they started fighting. And it was just a full-on bench clearance. All the players are kicking lumps out of each other, and they just turn the lights on and off to see if that would stop. And they're still laying into each other. But yeah, the military authorities realised very, very quickly professional sport or amateur sport is a very, very good way, A, to find military recruits and keep people physically ready for war, because it requires, team sports require the individual to stop being an individual and be part of a team and train as part of a team and follow instructions from the coach, who'll be the officer, and implement that game plan, battle tactics against an opposition. And so it's a key component of military training is they will have aspects where they will encourage soldiers or military personnel, because we've got all the various armed forces, to sign up for the sports programs, which is why we have the rugby sevens with the inter-services rugby sevens. The RAF have the best kit, by the way, in the sevens and the rugby union. Not going to lie, they have the best kit. End of. They have the best kit. The Spitfire sponsorship is fantastic. They have the best kit. Just going to put. I want to get my hands on the RAF rugby union kit. It is stunning. I also want to get my hands on the RAF rugby league kit because it is stunning. But that's another one. Nothing entirely. But no, the various victorious allies very quickly realised that physical fitness and team sports were the way to go, which is why we get the Commonwealth Games with field hockey and other sports being encouraged. More with the officers, and then field hockey is more of an upper class team sport, and lacrosse, and then the more brutal sports are seen as the squaddies will kick lumps out of each other playing league and union and football. That's okay. And ice hockey. We'll allow them to do that. Victory on Ice, the film, is quite good. It's not the best film, but it's quite a decent film. But yeah, Lake Placid. I did watch a YouTuber who was looking at previous Olympics and how they actually bankrupted the countries or cities that hosted them. And Lake Placid has been seen as a bit of a white elephant. Same with Albertville, the one that everyone forgets in '92. Albertville, every Olympics that we discuss, people forget about Albertville in '92, but it again, that's seen as a bit of a large waste of money. That yes, as time has gone on, the facilities did make money back, but other resorts in the Alps became quite popular because of Albertville, and Albertville got left behind in regards to tourists going there, tourists investing by going there, businesses investing by staying there, and it didn't get the Olympic legacy benefits that other host cities have had. Lillehammer, there's question marks over Lillehammer and did it truly deliver for the Norwegian people post games? Nagano is another one, which gets talked about a lot as a bit of a loss maker for the Japanese, which is when they got really cautious about Tokyo, is when they bid for the Tokyo Games. A lot of the Japanese public remembered Nagano and the overspends and the issues surrounding Nagano And they were like, "Oh, do we really want another Olympics? We seem to be cursed when we have Olympics," which is true. The Japanese don't have a good track record when they get the Olympics. Either a war or pandemic breaks out, and they're like, "Oh shit, there are loads of money," or something happens. But it's an interesting one. And the IOC and corruption is another one as well. But yeah, Albertville was the first. Was Barcelona? Yeah, Barcelona was 92 as well. Albertville was the last Winter Olympics on a 2-year cycle, which is why when Lillehammer comes afterwards and makes everyone believe in the Winter Olympics, big success globally with the TV viewership, Albertville gets forgotten from 2 years prior. It's the Winter Olympics everyone forgets about because Lillehammer was so successful on a sporting standpoint. Nagano was the first Olympics where the NHL players were allowed to participate at the Olympics in the ice hockey competition. Salt Lake City is a very interesting one. I remember Salt Lake City very vividly, and there's a lot of controversy surrounding that Olympic Games with the IOC, the figure skating competition, and a whole host of other issues. But that was a very memorable games for good and bad reasons. Turin was quite a memorable one, and Vancouver. Vancouver was my favourite Winter Olympics, actually, but and Lillehammer would be my second favourite Winter Olympics, and are their bookends of my youth. So my early years, I've just turned 4 years old. I was a little bit too young to really remember Albertville, but I sort of have a few little memories of sitting on my mum's knee watching the downhill skiing and the figure skating, but really too young to remember Albertville. But I do remember Lillehammer because I was not very well for both those Olympics. I had whooping cough. I was seriously ill for a good 2-year period. So I was stuck at home and my sister had measles. So me and my sister were both really ill in the early 90s. And so there was a lot of me at home not being well. Albertville was actually the first Winter Olympics that we actually spent back in the UK. But Lillehammer was the first Winter Olympics we spent in our own home in the UK. And I think that's why there's a little bit more memories of Lillehammer. But because I wasn't very well at the time as a kid, I was seriously ill. I couldn't go out much, very contagious, had to self-isolate a lot. So this COVID pandemic we've had for the last 4 years, I'm kind of used to self-isolation. I've had chickenpox twice, so I know what it's like. I've had scarlet fever multiple times. So I know what it's like to be stuck at home, not socializing with the other people my age, other kids or, young adults my age, being ill, being away from school and stuff. But the IOC there's been a lot of interest surrounding several of these Olympic Games that we've discussed for corruption, and it's to do with the IOC. This is where the NHL players wanted to play at the last games and were granted the right to do so by the NHL because they had come to an agreement with the IOC and IIHF over, player insurance payments and who pays the players. And the NHL has now come up with an idea where they're going to have a World Cup of Hockey when the Olympics would normally take place in that February timeframe every 2 years. So I believe, 2 years' time, we're going to have a Winter Olympics, obviously. I believe it's in this. Is it in Cortina? I can't remember where it is. Is it Turin again? Where is the next Winter Olympics? I think it's in Italy. Anyway, regardless, moving on. So the NHL has now come to an agreement with the IOC. The NHLPA was going to go to China, and obviously the COVID restrictions in China basically meant at the final moment the players couldn't go, and the NHL realised we're going to have another collective bargaining agreement with these players at some point. We want to avoid the issues that Major League Baseball, for example, is faced with a lockout and issues with player unrest and issues with what's going on there. The NHL is very mindful of this. the NHL is very, very mindful of the other leagues having issues within their own player associations and the league about various things. And they know the Olympic participation, the players want to do it. So they're more likely to give the green light for the players to go and represent at the Olympics again. They've realised they could have issues at the next CBA if they don't. So, and a part of the last CBA to get the league resumed during the COVID pandemic, they had to sort of give the Olympics in the negotiations, but then they withdrew. But it's complicated. There's some politics and logistical issues that led to the players not going in the end. Is the Olympics an outdated format? I mean, it's the Commonwealth's an outdated format. No one wants to host the Commonwealths at the moment, so they're trying to find a host for the Commonwealths in 2 years. Is it 2 years' time? I think it is. Yes, the Commonwealth is in 2 years' time. Yeah, because the Olympics is, So the Commonwealth is in 2 years' time as well, and no one wants to host the 2026 Commonwealth Games. Host nations and cities are pulling out all over the place. They can't find a replacement. So is it an outdated format? It's an expensive event to host, as is the Commonwealths, as is any World Championships or major international tournament of any, even if it's just a single sport tournament like the Euros or the World Cup. It's very expensive for the host nation or host city to host. Even the bidding process costs stupid amounts of money. And you need the corporate money on side in order to get these things hosted. You need the infrastructure to be in place, which is why the UK and Ireland is going to get the 2028 Euros, because we already have the infrastructure in place necessary to host. We don't need to build a whole load of new stadiums and upgrade a load of stadiums. They already exist. Is it outdated? It's an expensive event to host. The French are having all sorts of issues with their Olympic Games before we even have the Olympics. There's a corruption investigation ongoing. The news on that's gone quite quiet, but there is a corruption investigation ongoing. And the security bill is going to be, God knows how much the security bill is going to be, but we know that the risk of security issues, we're talking terrorism here, is quite high in France. There's been a lot of high-profile social incidents of unrest with anti-government protests, and it is costing the French government a lot of money, and the city of Paris a lot of money. And there's a lot of issues in Paris politically. Brisbane might pull the plug. It's been a disaster for Brisbane. It's a fuss. Is that the Commonwealth, or is that Olympic bidding? I think the building of Casement Park is the only thing for the Euros and needs to be done. That, I believe, is in Belfast, if I'm not mistaken. In Northern Ireland, they want to build a replacement for Windsor Park. I can't see Brisbane pulling out this late. It would be a disaster for Australia, considering that with how the Commonwealth's debacle has played out, with that, it wouldn't look great. And they want to get investment away from Melbourne and Sydney into the other big cities. And I think this is a way to get that investment into a city like Brisbane. Because what has been seen to be is there's been so much investment in Melbourne and Sydney, not just on a sporting standpoint with sports infrastructure, but they seem to get the majority of the attention and investment, whereas cities like Brisbane, Adelaide and Perth, Canberra even, some of the other regional cities like Wollongong and Newcastle and Townsville, Cairns, Rockhampton and others seem to feel left behind in regards to federal and state government investment and private investment, which is Gold Coast has just exploded in size, but other cities feel that they're not getting the investment, they're not getting the infrastructure upgrades, they're not attracting overseas investment when it comes to business wanting to go there. So this is an opportunity for not just Queensland, but regional Australia outside of some of the big cities to get that injection of investment and interest. Yeah, I mean, look, the Gabba needs some upgrading and refurbishment. They did that with Suncorp, which is Lang Park. They completely did that. Sydney, again, there was a lot of the Sydney Football Stadium, which is, I believe, is it Accor, or is it where the Sydney Roosters play? They spent a lot of money on that. You've had the Sydney Cricket Ground had some upgrades. You've had Marvel in Melbourne. There's a lot of investment in some of the other cities, yes. And I think places like Queensland and the Northern Territory and Western Australia and South Australia feel left behind when the investment is so concentrated in New South Wales and Victoria, especially in the Sydney and Melbourne metro areas. I think the Olympics will be good for Brisbane as a city, and the climate helps. The weather in Brisbane does help, because at that time of year in the Southern Hemisphere, it's actually still quite warm in Brisbane. So that goes in Brisbane's favour, more so than when they had it in Sydney. But I remember the Sydney games quite well. It's going to be interesting in regards to the TV viewership, especially the North American viewership. Is going to be very, very key to see how that plays out overall, how the TV viewership plays out. The North American TV viewership market, or just the viewers from North America in general, is going to be very, very important. There is a time zone difference, and we'll see how that impacts the Olympics in Brisbane in a couple of years' time, 4 years' time. But the Paris Games has been controversial off the bat, but the French government, President Macron is not necessarily in a very strong position domestically. I say if the Olympics working in Brisbane, I could see the potential of another AFL team in South East Queensland to be the 20th team. Well, they can't even sort out the 19th team in Tasmania at the moment, and the AFL's got other issues at play quite publicly at the moment. And the NRL's obviously got expansion on its horizon and wants to expand to 18, 19, and therefore 20 teams, and they're looking at Queensland for another team, potentially as the 19th or 20th team. It looks very likely that New Zealand's getting a second team. So we'll see what happens with the AFL. I would argue they need to sort out the Tasmania situation. But what is very, very interesting is there's been a lot of state and federal money given to stadium upgrades and stadium development and the related infrastructure around that in recent decades to both the NRL and the AFL and the A-League, and the facilities that they use, the stadiums that they use. And, has that money been spent in the right areas and spent wisely? We know Panther Stadium in Penrith is getting a massive injection of cash for redevelopment. We know the Leichhardt Oval situation is an interesting one. Yeah, I mean, they want to have this 19th team in Tasmania. I know it's become a very divisive issue in Tasmania between various people in the state. Tasmania does desperately need investment. It does. Hobart and Launceston, they need that inward investment to encourage growth, job opportunities, and economic opportunities. So it's become a political issue. I don't think the AFL have handled things particularly well in how they're going about the 19th Tasmanian team expansion plan. But I don't know enough about the long-term planning of the AFL in this regard. the fact that Gil McLaughlin stands down as CEO of the AFL, but then hangs around as interim for a year, I don't think is. I think that was a leadership vacuum. And now we've seen what's come out in regards to their illicit drugs policy and how that's structured, and technically taking players out of the official testing pool for the World Anti-Doping Agency regulations and covering things up, being fully aware that they're covering things up, the lack of transparency, lots of loopholes, players obviously failing and being allowed to continue playing, and a whole range of things. The AFL's got some problems. We know that there's been a couple of high-profile investigations into racism at clubs. We know that player misbehaviour is quite commonplace, and that impacts sponsorship, and that impacts investment. And because of the drugs policy and the fact that they get federal money and state funds as well, that's a big thing. So we'll see what happens. The Tasmania situation's become a bit of a mess, really, in my opinion, and could be a very expensive mess for the AFL, which could impact where they decide to put that 19th team. Tasmania doesn't work out. It creates problems. It does create problems for where their growth strategy goes next, because Tasmania, I think, is a key part of that strategy. There's a lot of players who play in the AFL who are from Tasmania. There's a lot of the majority of sports fans in Tasmania are AFL fans. There's a huge portion of the sports fan demographic from Tas. And even if they don't place a team there, it's been a very expensive process for the AFL. And it's cost them money, and it's also damaged their image, because if the NRL continues to go with their expansion policy and decides to put a team back in Perth and a team in Adelaide, or a second team in Victoria, for example, potentially, and grows their own brand domestically, it very well could damage the AFL's standing domestically in Australia, and also with state and federal governments, because this has cost them a lot of money. This has been a long-winded process. They've been lobbying for some time. The parties involved have spent a lot of money in regards to promoting and campaigning for this and doing feasibility studies. They've spent a lot of money. So this has not been a cheap exercise. And with all the other issues the AFL is facing, with player misbehaviour and very public player misbehaviour that's making the press, and allegations of cover-up and lack of transparency, and getting round World Anti-Doping Agency rules in regards to illicit substances and things like that, where they've been getting federal money, it's a very tricky time for the AFL. And bad press then creates in my opinion, an air of uncertainty. They've had a bit of uncertainty over the leadership of the AFL for the last 18 months since Gilman. So there's a lot to think about in the context here. A lot to think about. Basketball has grown quite well outside of the US. It's very, very popular across Europe. It's growing in markets outside of the US. Now, basketball is not one of my favourite sports, but the fact that the sport is growing, participation levels are up. It's a very inexpensive sport to play, which is fantastic. And even a school or a college or a university with limited facilities, as long as they've got a sports or kind of facility, an indoor facility where they can lay out a basketball court, you can have a basketball program. And it's one of those programs that costs a lot less than a rugby union program or a field hockey program or an American football program over in the US, for example, because you don't need as much equipment, and uniform costs are cheaper, equipment costs are cheaper, and the playing squads are smaller. So team jerseys and training gear is you need less of it. So you could have a very decent basketball program on a much smaller budget than, let's say, a rugby union program or a field hockey or an ice hockey program, for example, because the equipment costs are lowered and the squad sizes are smaller. So there is that. But even at grassroots level, just there, you'll be surprised how many basketball courts there are around the UK, for example. Almost every park that I see, every other park seems to have a basketball court somewhere, or has had a basketball court somewhere floating around. Loads of parks seem to have them. And the demographic of fandom and participation is changing as well. It's not just an African American sport anymore. Or seen as the majority of fans are from this demographic that the media portrays. The fan and participation demographic has changed massively. If you've got good hand-eye coordination, you're quite tall, and they notice this at a young age, and you're very athletic. Schools, colleges, and universities will put you through into their basketball program. And if a local sports club has a basketball section and they see a young athlete who's quite tall, athletic, mobile, and has good hand-eye coordination, they'll talk to the parents or the guardian, maybe an older sibling, go, can we get your child or your kid into our basketball program if you're a member of a sports club, which is a very European thing, by the way, is the multi-sports club with multiple divisions. So you'll have the tennis, cycling. Scandinavia have a sport called bandy, which is very similar to ice hockey and very similar to lacrosse. Ice hockey, football, all multiple sports will be covered by the sports club dynamic. And they'll have a basketball division within the sports club, which is community-based, and the club members are what drives the club. There may be a wealthy benefactor or two, but club membership is key. And so that grassroots participation, the demographics change. But look at some of the best European players. They're big, tall, and they're Caucasian. And there's a lot of in school. There's a lot of on the curriculum, especially in Eastern and Central Europe, where the schools have very limited sports facilities. They will have a sports hall, and they will have a basketball court and basketball facilities. And again, because costs and budgets were very, very strictly controlled during the Cold War, cost effective. It's a very cost effective sport to play it in the educational system, and in the community system. It doesn't cost as much for the equipment. So there is that, and you will see, look at the amount of European players, for example, in the NBA and in the NBA system and in the US collegiate system now that wasn't there 20, 30 years ago. The Olympics, I honestly believe the Olympics and the various World Basketball World Championships has helped with the European invasion to the NBA, much like with the World Championships and the Olympics with ice hockey, with the best ice hockey players from Europe going over to the NHL and their minor league system and collegiate system. The Olympics and the World Championships and these various sports have helped open the American mind and the American team owners and the American scouts, the North American scouts and coaches going, that player could work on our team. So, and the fact that it's growing in Australia, we're now starting to see Australian players playing in the NBA and the WNBA in growing numbers, and the quality level that Australia is producing is fun. But Australia's sport is part of the culture in Australia. It's almost ingrained as part of, if you don't take part in sport at school, you're taking part in sport outside of school, outside of college, outside of work, outside of university. You might have a team formed of work colleagues who decided to form a rugby league or a A-League kind of football team or AFL team. You go, right, we'll form a bunch of buddies. We'll have the workers club outside of, insert company name. will have a workers' club and will form a team at grassroots level, who may work at the local factory or on the local farm or in the local market, and they're all from the same company. Yeah, I've heard about OzTag and touch football being very, very popular. They mention it a lot in the rugby league commentary for both the men's and women's games. Gets a lot of mentions, and a lot of coaches will encourage a lot of their will look at the touch football aspect, and a lot of players play it in the off season, keep fit, and a lot of younger players play it again in the off season when they're at school and with their friends, because it actually helps with their hand-eye coordination and their ball handling skills and their passing skills and their line running skills. And so coaches will encourage players in the various grades and in the various regional competitions to also take up touch football, because it helps with their other non-tackling skills and the non-contact skills in the sport, especially passing and line running and evasive play, especially for the outside backs. And it's good for fitness. It's good for the cardio. And that's been encouraged for a very, very long time. And I do notice in commentary they will mention XYZ player. This player has a good touch football background, is where he learned. He had a very good touch football background, played for state, or played for regional rep sides, etc., etc. It's more so in the women's game. A lot more of the women's players have played the OzTag and the touch football aspect to a high standard, which is, I think, why the NRLW, the growth in the NRLW has been fantastic, and the quality level across all the teams is of a decent level, which wasn't expected when they expanded to 10 teams. There was a concern that there wouldn't be enough talent to cover a 10-team league. They're now going to a 12-team league in the next 12 months. So you now get 3 State of Origin games in the women's NRLW now from the one that we had 2 years ago. So the growth in the women's game is in part being helped by touch football and OzTag. So while I haven't actually seen any games, the fact that it's being played at a high level and is actually helping not only with the current players with their skill set, but also growing the game at grassroots level across the board in both men's and women's is fantastic. And the number of teams popping up is near enough impossible for the governing bodies to govern. It's just like this: the interest has exploded. Again, very cheap and inexpensive. You don't need a lot of equipment. You don't need the tackling pads. You don't necessarily need massive facilities, as long as you can rent a space. The running costs for a team are really, really cheap. And that's what is very, very important. And if parents are concerned about their kids at a younger age with the contact aspect of AFL and rugby league being a bit rough and tumble, touch footy is brilliant, because it helps with the other non-contact skills until they're more comfortable, let's say about the age of 11 to 14, getting involved in the contact aspects of rugby league and AFL and Aussie rules. So it has benefits. It does have a lot of benefits. It's like futsal in South America, for example, indoor football, that 5-a-side futsal, becoming really popular. Started off in South America, predominantly Brazil, but is now becoming really popular around the world. Sort of a hybrid of the 5-a-side aspect that we have over here in like the UK, the 5-a-side, 6-a-side league, the futsal being the indoor version. I've played a little bit of futsal. It's good fun. It's good fun. It really is, but I'm more of a goalkeeper, so I'm not as skillful as an outfield player. But again, that does help with your close coordination, your close ball skills, and close passing skills. Does futsal? It really does. So some of these hybrid versions of, of sports at a grassroots amateur level are fantastic. They're fantastic for player development, although there is professional futsal league, so there is that. But it does help with also in community engagement as well, the community aspect of sport. It is noticeable with certain more creative players. More creative players. You can tell with certain goalkeepers as well who played a little bit of futsal as well. But at the same time, it's not a perfect solution for a player's development or assisting a player's development. It only helps. It only seems it's an avenue for those with lesser means financially to potentially get into a sport or be noticed and picked up by a bigger club that can go, will assist with your development, but also will help your education. And if things don't necessarily work out, potential economic post sport. But there's a lot of European football clubs will look at futsal tournaments, and South American clubs will send scouts for the main football teams to futsal tournaments to pick up talent. And they'll also pick up skills from the coaching aspect as well, skill drills they can implement into their main squads and their systems. So there's that transfer of skills, which is really interesting from one sporting variation to the main sport under the umbrella. But no, 5-a-side, 6-a-side, and futsal, you can tell when certain players have played those formats of football. I think the 5-a-side and 6-a-side, depending on the league you sign up for and what 5-a-side, 6-a-side, I think helps with cardio and I wouldn't say longevity, but endurance, because you're going really 100 mile an hour. It does help with tactical awareness and close passing as well, and passing on the ground. You don't have many more that ground passing triangles, and close defensive systems. So there's that. Yeah, I don't think Papua New Guinea are not going to get the 18th team. There's too much security. There's so many security issues right now in PNG. There's been a lot of instability politically, and there's been economic issues as well. I can't. Well, it's the national sport, and the people in New Guinea PNG are mad for it. It won't work economically. That team will not make any money. There isn't the disposable income in PNG for fans to make any money. It's not going to make money. They'll sell out every game, but it won't make any money. There needs to be a player pathway program put in place where the other NRL clubs invest in academies or invest together with the NRL to set up a player pathways program and economic development that way, and help with the domestic PNG comp. And you got is it the PNG Hunters in the Queensland Cup? I think that's the pathway to go down. Is help the domestic league in PNG produce players for the Hunters, and other players can then get scouted from that domestic league to, pathways and development programs with the other clubs in the NRL. I think that's the way to go. Same with the Pacific Islands as well, with Tonga, Fiji, and Samoa, and the Cook Islands. I think the NRL and the existing clubs that exist in both Queensland Cup, New South Wales Cup, and the NRL, I think could have, they all share in investing in assisting the domestic competitions with infrastructure, training facilities, and help the existing teams sustain themselves, and then player pathways that way. I do think the South Island of New Zealand is most likely to get that 18th team, although I won't rule out the Central Coast. Would not rule out the Central Coast either. They've got the infrastructure in place with the stadium and the player base with players, although that will impact the Roosters with their juniors because they've got a big junior program on Central Coast. Wouldn't rule out the Central Coast. But South Island, New Zealand looking very, very likely, yes. And with the success of the Warriors, that creates another natural rivalry, which you can then sell to the TV companies. And not only the domestic audience in Australia and New Zealand, but when you're trying to grow the game in North America, and grow that international TV audience over there, having a Kiwi rivalry, I mean, crikey, if you put a team in Wellington, you can have a rivalry with Canberra, a capital rivalry, and try and spin it that way as well. You can do so much. There's enough rugby union talent that's getting overlooked by the All Black system that you could go with rugby league, change codes as well. You have that also to make rugby union look incompetent in a sense of, come over here, we'll pay you and you'll get paid more playing league than union. We'll give you an opportunity to be a professional athlete. There's that opportunity as well. And I do think there's enough talent floating around in Queensland and New South Wales Cup that you could fill out a team in wherever you place a team, even in Perth, which has a pretty strong state league as well, state competition. You could fill out, there's enough talent floating around Queensland, New South Wales Cup to have a first grade team of a decent standard. Plus, you can grow the junior base, which has surprised me with the Melbourne Storm, however, with how the junior base in the state of Victoria just isn't growing. And they're still predominantly scouting Queensland and to a certain extent New South Wales, but predominantly Queensland for their juniors. Yes, the North Sydney Central Coast Bears, I think there's the potential there for them to come back into the comp. We'll see how it plays out. It would be nice to see a second team in New Zealand because you create that natural rivalry with the Warriors. And if they're based in Wellington, you create a natural rivalry with Canberra, the capital rivalry. You can really use that. And with Canberra having a lot of Kiwi-based players in their Kiwi players in their system and always have done, they've always looked at New Zealand as a pathway for recruitment. That also creates a little bit more spice to the rivalry. So there are options with this if they market it right. But I am surprised with the lack of growth of juniors in the state of Victoria with the success of the Storm. Even with the salary cap scandal, I'm surprised they haven't invested more in growing rugby league in the state of Victoria. But we'll see what happens. If the NRLW gets a team in Melbourne, that will be really interesting because we've seen so many of the women's players convert to rugby league not that long ago from other sports, not just rugby union, but other sports. And with the Melbourne Rebels having their problems, there's an opportunity to pick up disaffected rugby players and rugby union fans to rugby league. And with the AFL having a lot of their own issues, there's a potential. And I'm surprised the NRL are not seizing upon that in Melbourne and trying to establish themselves in the state of Victoria much better. But that's another thing. The AFL making inroads into Queensland and New South Wales, and it is a battle at grassroots level. It's a battle across the board. So we'll see how it plays out. I was going to discuss a bit more about the NHL and things happening in the NHL with teams booking their place in the playoffs. The East playoff, the playoff race in the East is quite open. The West is a little bit more settled. It's only it's less than 2 weeks now to the Stanley Cup playoffs. So really interesting how the season is going to pan out. There's 3 teams in the Central Division now with 100 points. That is ridiculous, and we've still got just under 2 weeks of the season to go. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous that you've got 3 teams in the Central Division with 100 points or more. And there's only a handful of points separating the teams. It's not as if one team is miles ahead of the other. Dallas, Colorado, and Winnipeg already close. Whereas in the East, the playoff race, Jesus, that's a free for all for those final couple of playoff spots. Real free for all. There are some surprises in there. the Storm are just being lazy regarding Victoria when they have feeder teams. They are. I mean, I know they've picked up some talent from New South Wales as well over the years, but they are really missing out on an opportunity to. There's a lot of dissatisfied AFL fans. There's a lot of people in the Melbourne area and Geelong who are very dissatisfied with the AFL. Who like the contact aspect of the AFL, but they're dissatisfied with Aussie rules for whatever reason, who could quite easily be picked up by league. Rugby union's in trouble in the state of Victoria with the Melbourne Rebels and their future being seriously uncertain. There is a massive potential to pick up dissatisfied union and AFL talent, or at the lower levels, and fans to switch over as well. And of course, those fans will have kids and get those kids playing. It's interesting that the NRLW have decided not to expand in Melbourne in the next batch of expansion next year. That's very interesting. It'll be interesting to see when Melbourne, the Storm, get their NRLW team. That will be interesting when they get that NRLW expansion team in Melbourne. But I do think the NRL have been asleep at the wheel. That includes the ARL as well. The Victorian State League's been a bit asleep in trying to promote itself and grow the game at an amateur and semi-pro level. There's more registered players in Western Australia than the state of Victoria. Perth has not had a professional rugby league team since the late 90s, early 2000s. So the governing bodies at various levels have been asleep at the wheel. It's not just on the Melbourne Storm. This is across the board. They've been asleep at the wheel. And that's impacted the potential to nick talent from Aussie rules and rugby union and association football, which is very popular as well in Melbourne. They have the potential to compete with these sports and entice talent over. And I think they've been a little bit asleep at the wheel. Rugby union domestically is arse in Australia, and big. Oh yeah, I mean rugby union is in real trouble in Australia. I think the World Cup summed up where Australia are at right now, and then same with Wales with their Six Nations campaign. New Zealand is not as healthy as seeing the All Blacks play and watching Super Rugby would have us believe. I do know that. I know that there's been problems. Tuivasa-Sheck returning early from his union contract back to the Warriors tells you all you need to know. Joey Manu is not going to try and fight for an All Blacks jersey. He's going to Japan Rugby most likely. Suoliti, for example, is going to Rugby Australia, but I don't know where they'll find the money for that. But no, trying to entice these rugby league players to union, especially Rugby Australia, is bankrupting the sport. Instead of developing the talent internally, they're poaching and using mercenary talent. They've been doing it now for over 20, 25 years. You go back to your Wendell Sailors and Matt Rogers and Lottie Dakiris coming in to the Wallaby setup. And it's carried on till obviously Suoliti at the end of this season will leave the Roosters, go to Rugby Australia. It's carried on till now. It's not fixing the problems that Rugby Union Australia has, which is player development, pathways, exposure, TV deal, corporate, the culture within Rugby Union as well, is not fixing the issues that Rugby Union is facing. It's kicking the can down the road. It's kicking the problem down the road for another day. The World Cup campaign was just shambolic, let's be honest. No other way to describe that World Cup campaign, but nothing short of shambolic. Yes, they're hosting the World Cup in 2027. But what state, the sport's going to be in globally, but what state rugby union in Australia is going to be in 3.5 years' time is anyone's guess. Anyone's guess on that one. Their sevens program's doing okay, if we're being honest. The sevens program is doing okay, but on the women's side of the sevens program, they're losing players to league, and that's a problem. The amount of sevens players who are now playing NRLW and getting paid for it, not just Australia, but also New Zealand, is staggering. Loads of them are leaving union across the board. And, it's a very public disintegration. There's very bad issues there. I think you can go back to pre-Israel Folau and Ryan Castle and all that mess back in 2018 and 2019. The issues have been there since they've been paying rugby league players mercenary contracts to come over in the late 90s, early 2000s. We've had 20, 25 years of not plugging the development gaps from within and trying to grow the player base across Australia and reach out to non-traditional markets. It's seen as an elitist sport anyway. And then they're paying rugby league talent to come over to encourage them over from league to union. Partly they were helped by the Super League war and teams going bust and money issues within league at the time, 25 years ago. Rugby league is in a healthy financial position now. AFL is in a healthy financial position now. They can't nick athletic talent from Aussie rules and rugby league anymore on the same scale they were, but they're still doing it. And they're still offering big money to a handful of players to get them over. The All Blacks are now starting, New Zealand Rugby Union start doing it, like Tuivasa Sheck, for example, as an example. They're now starting to try and poach the rugby league talent. They did it with Sonny Bill Williams quite successfully, admittedly so, but now they're trying to do and copy what the Australians have been doing for 2.5 decades, which hasn't actually really worked, if we're being honest. I don't think, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I feel sorry for the players that went to the World Cup and how bad it went. A lot of them were very young and early in their careers. The squad was lacking depth and experience. So I feel sorry that their development has been hit in a way with all the negative press. But the way they handled Eddie Jones's appointment and Rennie's departure was bad. The board's a mess. The TV deal's a mess. And the domestic club game and Super Rugby is a mess. Let's just be honest. Let's call it for what it is, which is an absolute, complete and utter arse of a shambles. And New Zealand Rugby Union is going the same way. Yes, that is true. I have concerns about the financial viability long term of the sport in Australia, New Zealand, and even in the Northern Hemisphere, especially with Wales, but to a certain extent England. And the selection policies of these countries are also hampering them because players want to get paid, and they are not able to play overseas, but they can earn as much money as possible in a short career because that would make them unable to be selected for Australia. Although there are exemptions to Australia, New Zealand, England, Wales. You have to play in the home nation. Selection policy is outdated. Worked in the amateur era, doesn't work in the professional era. If you're classed as a professional sport, you should play whatever country you can professionally and still be eligible to be selected by your country. I think that rule with certain unions is outdated and is holding countries back. And the sport's not amateur anymore, it's professional. And some of the aspects they've not got right in balancing the pros and cons of professionalism hasn't fully worked as intended with rugby union because the administrative structures off the field are not set up for professionalism. They've had nearly 30 years, they've had 29 years of professionalism and they've still not got it right. They've had 3 decades of professionalism, and it's been a mess. And that does lie, yes, partly with the unions, but also with World Rugby and how professionalism has been implemented. They've not got it right. They've not got it right, and it's not working. Attendances aren't great across the board outside of test matches for the most part. Certain domestic leagues do quite well, and certain teams do quite well, but across the board, attendances aren't great. Leicester Tigers, for example, have breached the salary cap again for the second time in 2 years, which raises the question of certain clubs just doing what they want because they financially can, and other clubs just can't compete and be sustainable with long-term. London Irish, Worcester, Wasps, let that sink in. Other clubs struggling financially, who are very successful. If it wasn't for the closed shop that the Premiership put in place, Bath would not be a Premiership side right now, and they would have financially had problems going forward. No doubt on that. So there's that. We've covered the Liberty Media majority stake purchase in MotoGP. Covered that. What else have we covered? Rotherham being relegated, covered that. We'll be doing the club history next week. Yes, next week's schedule. Right, so planning to do a lot of club history videos. Going to be looking at a lot of European leagues and clubs. We're going to be looking at Belgium, Switzerland, Austria. I think there's a few more in Germany I want to do videos on. There's a few more in Spain and Italy that I want to do videos on. I think I'm going to look at some of the Scandinavian leagues as well. So we're going to be doing more club histories, and Rotherham as an English Football League club, yes, we will be doing a video on them. Fear not, I think they're one of the last ones left in the top 4 divisions that I haven't done a video on. Of course, they've just been relegated, so they're going to be fresh in the discussion in regards online. So that will be interesting. But we are going to look at a lot more of the European leagues and clubs around Europe. Some good clubs to look at across Europe in the European leagues as well. I want to start with the Swiss and Austrian leagues and then work around a bit more in Italy, a bit in France, Scandinavia, Portugal. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. But that's part of my upload schedule for next week. So keep your eyes peeled for the football club histories. They are always popular. The amount of viewers who come back and say, look, we got into the channel because of this. Thank you very much. And it's that time of year where the European season's winding down. And so, yeah, we're looking at it's that time of the year where I do a lot of the football club histories. And eventually I'll do all of Europe, however long that takes. That's a lot of clubs to go through at the top professional levels. But it will be fun to do. Looking forward to doing that. The Turkish league is fun with the clubs around Istanbul being the big clubs like Besiktas, Fenerbahce, Galatasaray, and others. The Greek league's got some interesting ones like Panathinaikos, Olympiakos, and others. AEK and AOK around Athens, and you've got Thessaloniki, and that'll be fun. So we're going to be starting to resume that video series. We do it every summer. And I'll be doing a video on South Sydney and their poor start to the season. And I think Jason Demetrio is going to lose his job. I can't see him being coach at the end of the season with the way they're playing. I think Des Hasler will be given a couple of seasons with Gold Coast, a season or two, to try and implement and get the squad he wants and the players he wants at the Titans. In the NHL, I think there's going to be some off-season movement with coaches and GMs. I do think there's going to be some coaching and GM movement in the off-season with certain teams that failed to make the playoffs. I think that's going to happen. And I can't see Vegas retaining their Stanley Cup. So I think there's going to be potentially a first-time winner or potentially a winner we haven't seen in a while. We could see a new name on the cup. We could see a returning name to the cup, but I can't see Vegas at the moment retaining their Stanley Cup. Just shows how hard it is to win back-to-back. So what Tampa have done in recent years shows how hard it is to do that. You look recently, they haven't been close to a Stanley Cup recently, in my opinion. They don't look close this year. Their form this year has been much below what it was in previous seasons. So to win back-to-back Stanley Cups is really difficult. So you look at Washington, one and done. St. Louis, one and done. Vegas, one and done. Colorado, potentially. It shows how difficult it is to win multiples in a short space of time. So we could potentially see a Nashville or a Winnipeg, Vancouver, go on a bit of a run and potentially win their first. We could see a team win their first in a long time. New York, it's been 30 years. Dallas, it's been 99. So what? That's 25 years. We could see a first title in a while, or a first title for a team. Am I all right? Yeah, I'm feeling a fair bit better than what I was the other day. Still got a bit on the chest, but doing a lot better. Where are you based in Australia, may I ask? I know obviously you're based over in Australia. I'll be interested to know where in Australia you're based, because that'd be very, very interesting, like what city you're based in. But I'm doing a lot better. Still got a nasty chesty cough, but I'm clearing up. But yeah, that's two really bad viruses in the space of a month has really hit me for 6, which has annoyed me because I've had a lot of content ideas and discussion ideas about some current events that are happening in sport and some videos I wanted to do. The AFL one, you're co-hosting with your video that you did alongside your friend, is it Blues Abroad? Made me want to revisit the AFL video I did in regards to the drugs scandal that we're seeing. And I don't think the first video was, I think the second video, I really went into it. And you're from Whitney Beer up north, man. Wyoming. I work with I used to work with a guy from Whitney Beer. Wyoming. I've got a few friends from the northeast who take their kids down the beach at Whitby. So right up, I'm based in the south of England, just west of London, in Thames Valley. Although I have lived overseas myself, so I can see why you're an AFL fan. Being in Melbourne, it's AFL heartland and country. We have discussed the AFL drugs policy in a couple of live streams recently as well. Just so that you are aware, we have covered it again. And the flaws with it. We discussed it earlier in the stream, so you've missed that little chestnut. Can tell you're a southerner. I'm off on the radio. I'll be back. I've got family from up north, so I have that northern connection with up north. But I'm based. I live. I've got a very interesting accent, so there's that. I live west of London, but I've got family up north historically, and my family origins on my dad's side are from the northwest, and but my godparents were from County Durham and Newcastle, so there's that. So I've got a lot of friends from the northeast. So weird, small world. But it's interesting that you know Melbourne and you've ended up becoming an AFL fan, and it's totally fine. But it's interesting when you see how global sport is. I mean, you've got a guy from Whitby moves to Melbourne, becomes an AFL fan. Shows how global sport is and sports fandom. I live in the south of the UK, not known as rugby league country, massive rugby league fan. So, the London Broncos is technically the nearest team to me, and is a team that I want to see do well. And I am a bit of a Broncos, tragic. But I've been watching rugby league since I was a young kid. Challenge Cup is obviously my introduction to rugby league, and then because we got Armed Forces discount on our cable TV and satellite TV, but we had cable instead, ended up watching rugby league and what became the NRL, and I watched a bit of AFL as a kid as well, and became a Raiders tragic. And we won today. We won very, very well today, so I'm very, very happy with that. It just shows how global things are, and because of my upbringing and all that, and the discount we got with being an Armed Forces family, with paying for cable and paying our bills, also got to watch the North American sports and got into the NHL quite early on as things go, and got into ice hockey at a very, very young age. Very lucky that as a kid growing up, my local team were national champions over here in the UK when we had the Super League. That locally growing up, there were several teams that played locally that go and watch. So I've seen a lot of teams play locally, and I'm in between a couple of teams where I can go watch games. So in both the Elite League and the National League. So I'm very, very fortunate in that regard. It's just been a bit tight financially, and having to rely on public transport to get to and from makes it a little bit more arse to get places, especially on weekends when most of the games are played. But there is still that opportunity, should I get around to it and be in a better financial situation to go do it, to watch some Elite League and National League games again, which is not too bad. And I know some friends of mine have played for the national side, so at various levels. So I'm kind of fortunate in that aspect, growing up and just, being around and involved in sport from a very, very young age. Kind of lucky in that regard. I went to school with a couple of lads who played rugby union for England. One of them played sevens for the England setup at one point. Didn't get on with him, or his brother for that matter. But I played school rugby with him, and he was a very talented player at youth level. I will say that, and I'm not surprised he ended up in the sevens system for England. So I enjoy. So some of the Olympic and Commonwealth sports, like field hockey, I actually enjoy watching because I enjoyed playing those sports. I don't think they get the coverage, especially in the media, that they deserve. Personally, I think they could get better coverage and potentially have a very sustainable professional league if given the right coverage, the right promotion, and the right sponsorship. But again, when you're in a country that's dominated by one particular sport as the main sport, and then a couple of sports as national sports as well, but at a lower level, because obviously association football has the most clubs, the most players, the most fans, and the best TV deal, that does potentially hamper the growth of rugby league, field hockey, ice hockey, these other team sports that could do rather well, that do have professional players and professional leagues. But it also means the salaries in those leagues are a lot less, and the TV deal or media deals, including online streaming, are also worth less because most of the attention is focused on the English Premier League and the English Football League. And it's the same north of the border with the Scottish League as well. So the top football leagues in the UK get the most attention. And then the other sports like rugby union, like rugby league, field hockey, ice hockey, cricket, basketball, which has seen a lot of growth in recent years, netball in the women's side of things, a lot of growth in recent years with professionalism, get less of the media pie and the fandom of fans going to games because it's seen as football's the main the main, and everything else is secondary. Although there are those who are fans solely of ice hockey, solely of rugby union, solely of rugby league, who are not interested in football. But they are few and far between. So it's interesting how the dynamic of sports fandom works. And the only major, I think, town or city in the UK not to have a football team is Wakefield. At a professional level is Wakefield. And Warrington's another one. Warrington and Wakefield do not have professional football clubs. They're rugby league towns. And so everyone there is rugby league mad. They don't support football, which is really interesting. Just shows how football in the early days wins the battle against league and union rugby for that, that fan. And because union remained amateur and rugby league became professional, football became professional roughly at the same time, a bit earlier actually, how quickly it spread southwards, whereas rugby league a little bit resistant to spread further south for various reasons. And it is what it is. It's more of a northern sport today with the professional clubs at the top end. I didn't realise that as much as a youngster as I do now, but it's the same in Australia with rugby league being predominantly on the east coast and AFL being on the rest of Australia. Any other major urban areas like Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth, and even into the Northern Territory, they've got a lot of players. And Tasmania, it's a very weird dividing line in Australia in regards to the professional sport, and Melbourne being the hotbed of the association football in Australia as well. Most of the players that represent the national side come through Melbourne, the Melbourne metro area. So that's really an interesting subplot to things. Although it is growing a lot on the East Coast, it's playing catch up. So the way certain sports work, and it's like you look over at the US and you look at where sports teams end up. You look at Florida. Professional sport in Florida doesn't do very well for attendance. The teams might be very successful at various points, but attendance, Jesus, the attendance issues that the state of Florida faces with its professional sports teams is ridiculous across all sports. Even with the successful Tampa Bay Lightning in recent years, they've had attendance issues over their existence. Florida Panthers have been to 2 Stanley Cup finals and are a really good team right now. Attendance issues. Even the Miami Dolphins can't sell out. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Jacksonville Jaguars, Miami Heat, the Marlins, the Rays, they're not selling out arenas. They're not selling out stadiums. And it's really interesting that the state of Florida struggles with attendance, not with success on with the teams, attendance. Real big struggle with getting fans through the turnstiles into the arenas and stadiums, and having sellouts. Big issue. I was watching a Major League Baseball YouTuber discussing the attendance issues that the Rays and Marlins are having. Take the Oakland A's out of the conversation. They're bottom 2 teams in the league for average attendance in the opening month of the season, or the opening weeks of this current season. And they've got attendance issues. They've got really nice modern stadiums. Can't fill them. Can't fill the stadium. So it makes me wonder how Inter Miami and the MLS are doing with attendance because of that Messi impact and the David Beckham impact with the ownership and Messi as the player. How that's going to impact attendance in Inter Miami and with the team. Will the star-studded power of Lionel Messi and a few of the other players they've signed going to help? Is it the David Beckham effect going to help? Are they actually going to attract fans week in, week out to watch games in Miami in that stadium? So that's an interesting subplot to like the demographics. So fan demographics is really interesting. And it's interesting that, the state of Miami struggles to sell out. Certain locations have had struggles with teams not doing very well. So the state of Arizona, teams don't do well in Arizona. Historically, they've not had a lot of championships. They've had some good runs, they've had some good teams, and they've had some good attendances in the various teams, various sports, but they struggle to win championships. Northern California, take the Golden State Warriors out of it, really, but the Bay Area has problems with keeping its pro teams, ironically. San Francisco, not so much, but Oakland and the Oakland side of the Bay Area is struggling. They've lost the Raiders. They're going to lose the A's next season. There's an issue there, and we have to understand why certain areas are strong. Atlanta, there's rumors about the NHL wanting to go back to Atlanta for the third time. It didn't work the first two. It's really interesting when you look at the North American sporting dynamic, the amount of teams that get relocated and how often relocation actually happens. So there's some interesting subplots to discuss and look at in regards to when we discuss sport. It's always very interesting. I find it very, very interesting how the European sports culture is different to the North American sports culture. When it's in itself, the Australian, New Zealand sports culture is a hybrid of the European and the North American in a sense, but it's different. And we look at the sporting culture at various areas around the world. And we've had this discussion about, football club ownership and the European Super League, which we've covered earlier on in the live stream. We've discussed that, and it's really, really interesting. It does interest me how, with the influx of North American money especially, but also other foreign ownership, predominantly from the Gulf states, but predominantly American money, into the European Association of Football, into the European leagues, has not necessarily benefited the game as much as they think it has. I think there's been a lot of issues with the North American money and the investment into the European game. I'm getting there, Tommy. I'm getting there. Still not 100%. Still got a bit of a chesty cough. It's clearing up. It's getting better than what it was at the middle of the week. I was rancid earlier this week, but better than what it was. But as I say, it's the second virus I've had in a month. So it's been March, the beginning of April, has basically been a write-off for me. I've got next week off work booked as holiday. I am planning next Wednesday to go down to the New Forest, weather permitting, because we've obviously had a lot of bad weather this weekend. Although up where I live, west of London, it's been really, really warm. It's really nice weather, but it's really windy. But for some reason, it's like high teens, low 20s outside. So it feels like a nice summer's evening at the moment, midsummer's evening kind of in the day. At this time of year, it's ridiculous. But it's really windy. I've known a few people with chest infection. I've had a migraine since Friday. I mean, we've had, yeah. I mean, you can hear my voice getting a bit croaky, partly because I haven't obviously done a lot of content this week, and I've really been coughing my guts up, and I've run out of Lucozade, and I've been going for the best part of 4 hours. So I have to admit, I have been going now for 4 hours. I will admit that. But no, it's been interesting. Just sitting back and just watching the sport this week and watching the headlines. I've watched. There's been a lot of YouTubers have responded to, especially American football fans who are YouTubers, about Louis Rees-Zammit and then whether he's actually going to make the roster on the Chiefs. We did discuss earlier the kickoff rule changes in the NFL, which I think that's why. But the Chiefs weren't the only team interested in Rees-Zammit, and when they were looking at the combine and having meetings with him and his agent and his representatives, I believe the Broncos, the Jets, and there was another team interested in signing him. Yes, there is that. He's been a very, very, very busy boy with his travels in recent days, hasn't he? But there's been a lot of interest since he put pen to paper in Kansas City about. Well, he's been signed because of the kickoff rule changes, I think he actually makes the roster on special teams. I really do. I think he makes the roster on special teams. I think they're going to really work with him from now through the pre-season, all the way to the trial matches or the pre-season matches and then the regular season. I think he's going to be having an intensive period with the Chiefs, working, and working on that practice squad. And I think he will. End up making playing some regular season games this coming season. But there's been a lot of discussion around his signing, and in regards literally to the kickoff rule changes. I think it is sad for rugby, but it's an indictment that such a young talent on a Welsh standpoint, not just world rugby, but just a Welsh standpoint, has decided to leave the setup. And I think he would have had to have left Gloucester and come back to Wales to continue to play for Wales. I think the Welsh Union's selection rules, much like the England selection rules, are causing problems for England with Henry Arundel going to France, for example, and Farrell deciding to go in France for a year or two, are causing problems. They really are. It's not an amateur game anymore. It's a fully professional game now. Think what we have been seeing is just that. I do think that the financial situation in rugby union is now having an impact, and they do need to look at how professionalism is structured. There's a lot of problems with it. There are some questions or some comments posted earlier in the chat about how rugby union, even in New Zealand, is starting to have problems financially. A lot of the issues that are plaguing the Northern Hemisphere are also impacting the Southern Hemisphere at this point. And whether we agree with certain things or not is irrelevant in this instance. The structures that were left over from the amateur era to when we had professionalism 29 years ago, there were issues very early on, very, very evidently early on, especially with Wales was a prime one. But we've seen what happened with the old Super Rugby format, which is obviously fallen apart and been rejigged with the current Super Rugby format. There's been structural issues with rugby union for a long time, and I'm not surprised that Rhys Sammet has decided to leave the sport. Now, whether he comes back to union or even gets picked up by league, because he could be a superstar in league. Let's be honest. The NRL, especially the NRL, but the NRL especially, would be mad not to consider to try and entice him into rugby league in some way, shape, or form. With expansion on the horizon, and then obviously more and more British players now being brave enough and at a younger age signing over there. But yeah, I mean, the 324th playing of the old firm, because they have a tiny league and they play each other like 8 times a season in all competitions. This is the problem with Scottish football. They play each other too regularly, and so it to me loses its appeal very, very quickly. If I was to see that rivalry played that often, I'll get bored. I'll get absolutely bored, senseless. But in North America, playing your rivals 4 times a season is not seen as unique. It's not seen as it's seen as an everyday thing in the NHL and the NBA. That's the point. Let's check the scores. Let's check the scores. Final score. And here's today's football final score. Let's see what's happening in the sport. But no, I think Liverpool, Manchester United, not especially because the FA Cup was. To a certain extent, I think that FA Cup tie was brilliant. But I think United are focused on the cup. Liverpool are focused on the league. So we'll oh crikey! I'm just checking. I was just checking, try and get the sports news up. Of course, what obviously automatically happens is the just the main news page comes up. Right, let's have a look at the sports headlines. Let's click on sport. Right, so Rangers earned a draw in the Old Firm. Northampton beat Munster in rugby union. Now talking about obviously the Wolves game. Wolves chairman Jeff Shee has questioned the role of the video assistant referee after Max Kilman's disallowed effort in their 2-1 loss to West Ham. It was ruled out. So basically, VAR's in the discussion. Again, Welsh player scored the equaliser for Rangers. Well taken goal. Southgate was there watching the 2 English keepers. That says to me that Pickford may not be the number 1 going forward. Although Joe Hart has announced he's retiring at the end of the season, so whether Joe Hart gets signed up for one last tournament, we shall see. Catalan Dragons have gone top of the Super League. Of course, we've got the EFL Trophy today. Peterborough are playing Wickham. Leinster are going to play La Rochelle in the next round of Rugby Union. Athletic Bilbao have ended their 40-year wait for a trophy. They won on penalties last night against Mallorca. And they came from behind to do it. They won the Copa del Rey. That's 6 successive finals they've lost in a row. I think it's 7 successive finals if you count the Europa League final they've lost in a row in all competitions. 24 Copa del Rey titles. Let that sink in. So to say that it's a 2 or 3 team league in Spain historically is BS, because that's 24 titles in a competition is ridiculous. To be fair, they did lose back-to-back finals in 2021. So that's ended their trophy drought. Wow. Right, there's been a record at Lords in the cricket. Glamorgan's North East, yes, that is his surname, has hit a record run total at Lords with 335 not out. So that's going to go on the honours board. Sam North East hits a record 335 against Middlesex. It came off only 412 balls. Came off 412 balls, included 36 fours and 6 sixes. That is ridiculous. Glamorgan captain Sam North East hit the highest first-class score recorded at Lords ever. He's overtaken Graham Gooch's 333, which was set for England against India in 1990. So That is a ridiculous score. And he also put up an unbeaten stand of 299 with Colin Ingram, who got 132 not out on his own in Glamorgan's 620 for 3 declared in their first innings. That is ridiculous. That's only in 139 overs they scored 630. That is ridiculous. It's also the highest ever championship run total by a player ever recorded in April. So he set 2 records in. He came to the crease when there was 16 for 1. He put a partnership of 129 with Billy Root, who got 67, and 176 with Kieran Carlson, who got 77 runs for the 3rd wicket. But Middlesex have responded with 138 with 1, with Mark Stoneman replying with 62 not out as things currently stand. So that's a batting wicket, I think, at Lords. I think it's safe to say. He now has Northeast has the 2 highest individual scores all time for Glamorgan, including he hit a 410 in 2022. But David Lloyd and Steve James also having treble centuries to their credit, but he has the 2 highest scores ever for a Glamorgan player. Wow. So not only has he set the highest total by a player in April ever, he's set the highest score at Lords ever in an innings. That's ridiculous. So he's a record holder. I think how Sam Northeast hasn't been called up for England is beyond me, because that is a very dominant display by a batsman over a bowling lineup. But that looks like a batting wicket, so whether the weather intervenes or something changes, I don't know. Well, Glamorgan, they're not the only one, but they're the only one in the county championship structure. But they're not the only county cricket club. They're the only one in the top 2 tiers of county cricket. Because you'll find Monmouthshire have can play in the lower levels, and a few other county cricket clubs exist. But they are the big one, yes. I don't know the greatest. Simon Jones, Geraint Jones, Ian Botham. There you go. Ian Botham technically is Welsh. I'm not too knowledgeable about cricket, but I'm guessing it's the lack of quality. No, Ian Botham is technically a Welshman. I don't think they'll be as. I think they wouldn't be too bad. There's been some world-class Welsh players. Geraint Jones, Simon Jones, and Ian Botham. There, that's a fair wicket keeper, a fair bowler, and a fair all-rounder. There's been a few. I think was Alec Tudor Welsh. I can't remember. There's been a fair few who've come from Wales. Who obviously played Test level. But no, that's a fair innings from Sam Northeast. That's a fair one. He is. His son plays. I can't remember. His son plays for one of the Welsh teams. I think his son play rugby league for Wales? I think his son plays rugby league for Wales, if I'm not mistaken. I do actually believe his son plays rugby league for Wales. Maybe rugby union, but I know his son represents Wales internationally in sport. And I believe Ian Botham would have, if we were to say Wales had its own nation for cricket, would have been eligible, I believe. But you could argue residency. Right, I've been going over 4 hours. Bloody hell! Nice long live stream. So I thought I would look at some of the sports news, but the fact that Bilbao won the Copa del Rey for a 24th time, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous in itself. So now my Athletic Bilbao video is now outdated on the football playlist. Way! But that's 40 years without a trophy, and 6 consecutive Copa del Rey defeats in the final, and 7 consecutive finals in a row if you count the Europa League final. They lost against Atletico a few years back. Yes, it's showing that there's a bit of life left in some of the clubs in Spain, but that means they're now qualified for Europe next season, and they're pushing for top 4. And they've got the Williams brothers, and There's rumours circulating that potentially both the Williams brothers may get sold, although they're very keen to keep them. But we'll see what happens with Athletic Bilbao. It's been a while since they've been a Champions League club, but we've seen them in the Europa League, and I don't know how qualification from Spain works for the three competitions, but they've won the Copa del Rey, so could that be Europa League qualification if they don't make the Champions League places? So we'll see what happens with Bilbao. It's been a while since they've been at the top of Spanish football. 40 years without a trophy is a long time, and they are one of the most successful clubs historically in the Spanish game. So never been outside La Liga, never been outside the top flight. They were the dominant force before Real Madrid started winning all those Champions Leagues in the 50s and 60s. They were the dominant team in Spain for a very, very long time. And then 1984 was the last trophy they won until last night. So very long time between drinks. But winning 24 Copa del Reys is ridiculous. Bologna have got a fantastic history. I think I've done the video on Bologna. It is three teams: Bilbao, Barca, and Real. That is correct. It was four, but Real Zaragoza. I think it was Real. Was it Real Zaragoza? I believe. Was it? I can't remember. Or was it Levante? Well, another team was. There were four at one point. Now there's three. But we'll see what happens with Real and Barca's financial issues off the field and their insistence on this European Super League. We'll see what happens with Barca and Real and the fact that they have these massive debts will be interesting. Well, Real Zaragoza, Deportivo La Coruña, Celta Vigo. And there are some of the Spanish club names are fantastic. Rayo Vallecano, Real Sociedad. You got to basically have a lisp. In order to pronounce Spanish football club, have a lisp. Basically, a cross between Stewie Griffin and Mike Tyson. That's how you need to pronounce everything. Galacia, yes, senor. And I will have to do a couple more club videos. Deportivo La Coruña, Celta Vigo, I've got to stop doing that because that is a bit much. But yeah, I think what we've seen, as I mentioned earlier in the live stream, we do, but they've got massive money problems, massive money problems, which is widespread across Spanish football. When we're talking about clubs in trouble, like Reading at the moment being the example here in England, and Torquay having gone into administration recently. When we're talking about clubs having money problems, we think, okay, club relegated from the Premier League, struggling financially. Leeds back in the day, Bradford back in the day. These extra Premier League clubs struggling. Sheffield Wednesday, for example. We don't think of on the continent, but it's a thing. That was about 22, 23 years ago. Leeds versus Deportivo La Coruña. Leeds United. Yeah, that was about 20 odd years ago. Leeds United overspent. They got relegated, had a bad season, got relegated. They overspent, big contracts on players. Took them 16 years to get back to top flight, stay in the top flight for 3 years, go back down again. They're now battling for top spot with it alongside Ipswich, who were a League One club this time last year, for promotion, and Leicester, although Leicester's form has deserted them right at the end. They were running away with the championship until right at the end. It's going to be interesting to see this. Against Norwich, yeah, but I don't think that overly impacts Ipswich. They've had a season above expectations. They weren't expected to be this good. And these are clubs that historically have had a lot of success, and the way things are going, it's difficult for that kind of next level of clubs like your Brightons and your Bournemouths and your Wolves and Aston Villa have got great history. I'm not going to say Aston Villa in the same conversation, but that next level. to take that next step. No, there isn't much else in East Anglia. It is very flat and very boring, and there's no motorways in Suffolk or Norfolk. There you go. But you didn't know, did you? No motorways at all. Same with Cornwall. There are no motorways. So they are infrastructure wise. Ipswich not so much, but Norfolk very infrastructure isolated. And outside of places like Kings Lynn and Great Yarmouth and Lowestoft, not a lot of big towns and cities. It really is very, very rural, and there is a lack of transport infrastructure. No, that is correct. In fact, most of Wales doesn't have motorways, ironically, apart from the southeast. Wales, again, Wales. We've had this discussion before about, why professional sport does struggle in certain locations, and it's to do with the transport infrastructure and the disposable income. The rural economy, the wages are less. And market towns and market villages, small towns, small cities, the wages are generally less than bigger towns, bigger cities, more urban areas with bigger companies on the corporate side of things. So that corporate sponsorship, potential fan base. This is why Forest Green Rovers are struggling at the moment. Is because they play in a very rural part of the Cotswolds. And there's not a lot going on. There's a lot of major A roads in East Anglia, but there's no motorways. So yeah, Nailsworth is a large village, little town, but unfortunately, the ownership wants to build a stadium that's twice the size of the current one, yet they can't fill the current one as it is. So there's the problem. I don't see a 10,000-seater stadium being... It's like MK Dons. More away fans turn up to games than home fans for different reasons, but that can't be sustainable when it comes to money on the turnstiles and sustaining. And also because you have to be vegan to play there, a lot of players are not interested. They can't attract better players. Forest Green are a pub team, the dream of any club. That the owners, a left-leaning loon. The owner is Dale Vince is Dale Vince, and I've got my views on him. And I don't think forcing all your players to become vegan, otherwise they can't play there. I think that's actually technically in breach of employment law, but that's another thing. There's a reason why they can't sign better players. There's a reason why they can't get up the Football League pyramid. Is players don't want to sign there. Players don't want to sign there. And it's not because of the location, it's because of the owner. And it's because of the owner says, you've got to be vegan. I'm not doing that. Sorry. I'm sorry, you can't force me to do something I don't want to do. Sod you, not going to sign there. I'm sorry, that is plain and simple facts of it. I'm not going to sign there. The New Saints are very unpopular in the League of Wales. Yeah, but that's not the New Saints' fault, and that's not their players' fault. And Equestrian, and that's the decision that the clubs take. Instead of going into the English League system, they'll stay in the Welsh League system for whatever reason. You can't blame their fans and their players. You have to blame the rest of the Welsh League system not being good enough. And you have to blame the Welsh FA and the sponsors for not pumping the money in, and the Welsh FA for being so resistant to allow all the Welsh clubs into the English League system. It would financially benefit them, but that's the thing. There's every club in Wales has got about 200 fans and a dog, apart from the Big Four. Big Five if you count Merthyr Tydfil to a point in the non-league. But that is the problem. The Welsh FA, rather than going, okay, we will just govern our national side and our national player pathways, the club should really play in the English League system at all levels. It's the only way for them to financially survive. And that's me being honest. It's the only way for them to financially survive and make any revenue with those English fans coming over the border. The banner would be great. But the Welsh FA, with the way the Welsh Cup's structured and the league being structured, they've shot themselves in the foot. Yeah, well, look, it is what it is. They decided the best economic model to survive is to do that, um, and that's, you can't blame their fans and their players for the situation that they're dominating their domestic league. The new Saints of a Westry town and Llansanfrad Football Club. I think I pronounced the Llansanfrad Football Club. That's got to be a bit of even a struggle in Welsh. But again, jokes aside, me butchering the pronunciation of that Welsh football club. That's the economic decision that these two clubs have taken, is to merge together to form the new Saints Football Club. And the economics, this is the thing. But again, it is what it is. I hate that saying, it is what it is, but at the end of the day, that's another one I hate, but I use a lot. But the economics, unfortunately, dictate that. It's very rare you see club mergers these days. It's very, very rare you see multiple clubs merge together to form one these days, although it has happened historically, which is why Newcastle United exist. Why multiple clubs exist is multiple clubs merged together in the early days. But now you normally see clubs getting reformed following the collapse of another club, or a new club just getting started up. No, I'm not surprised Westry decides to have a team in the Welsh League rather than in the English League system. But then again, it is how it is. I mean, not but again, the Welsh football outside of the big 4 or 5, if you want to count Merthyr Tydfil, who all play in the English League system. Welsh club football is like Welsh club rugby. It's just not got the money, and the fans don't turn up in the numbers that would sustain it. And that's the problem. And that also comes down to transport infrastructure and population density outside the major urban areas. That's what it comes down to. That is a massive problem. Yeah, well, Ian Woosnam, probably because one of his parents actually was born across the border in Wales. That's literally why. Yes, your postcode is English, but I bet you a lot of the people in the Westry actually work in Wales, commute to Wales for work. You see this on the US-Canadian border as well. In a couple of locations in Washington State and Minnesota, there's a couple of little enclaves where the US is basically in Canada, or vice versa. But no, Ian Woosnam, one of his parents is probably born across the border in Wales. Maybe both his parents are born across the border in Wales. They buy a house in a Westry. He's brought up there, but he can represent Wales in golf. He has a choice. Many border towns are like that, where you'll see residents live in one and work. It's like Mexico. Belgium, Luxembourg, and Germany have a really weird border. Yes, that is true. Belgium and Holland there's a really area of bits and pieces. That part of the world is just ridiculous with how they've drawn up their borders, and it's to do with their old mines, coal mines, ironically, and steelworks. Yes, it's called. Yes. I've been to the spaghetti. I've actually been to that part of the world, and I've been through 3 countries in 5 minutes. It's a thing. Yeah, it is actually a thing. I've been through like 3 countries in 5 minutes. It's weird. It's a thing. It happens. It's the same. There's a point in just north of Basel where you've got Germany, France, and Switzerland, and there's a point on the map as well. I think I've done that on the train, which is really interesting. There's a bit near Strasbourg where it just gets weird. There's a bit near Luxembourg where you're in France, Germany, and Luxembourg at the same time. And there's a point in northern Luxembourg where you're in Belgium, Germany, and it just, yeah, that part of the world's a bit of West German, northeastern France, Belgium, Luxembourg area is Swiss border area, all the way from Basel all the way up to the Ardennes, and then into Belgium, Holland, and Luxembourg and Germany. It's all a bloody mess, and it's there's a town in a border town in Belgium and Holland where houses are split in half at the border and businesses, and there's some enclaves. It's just the whole area is a mess. And that goes back to the 1830s, 1840s, something like that. Yeah, mess. No, they can't be asked. The Dutch are all stoned. The Belgians speak 2 languages and hate each other, and Luxembourg is just happy to exist. That's the best way I can describe that bit of the world. And Germany just was like, we've lost a bit. Eupen, I think, is the German-speaking bit of Belgium. Eupen, and near Saarbrücken, it's just the whole thing's a mess. I used to live in that part of the world, so please stop. And I've travelled that part of the world, and it's fucking shambles. Best way I can describe it. Both World Wars, actually, yes, they gave a bit away to Belgium and France after World War One, and I believe there was some slight border tweaks after World War Two, some real minor things on the map, but we're talking a few feet. But most of it was after World War One. Eupen went to Belgium. The Saar ended up going back to Germany, but that bits of that went to Luxembourg and Belgium, and Alsace-Lorraine went back to France. So Strasbourg and Metz and Belfort ended up. Yeah, it's weird. No, well, the only borders that changed now, well, yeah, apparently, no, borders have changed all over Europe since the dawn of time. I mean, Berwick-upon-Tweed up in Northumbria has been Scottish, it's been English, it's been Scottish, it's been English. Same with Carlisle, Scottish, English, Scottish, English. That's changed hands multiple times. Basically, everything north of Hadrian's Wall at one point was Scottish and become English, and then the Kingdom of Northumbria. It's all weird. And then you have Monmouthshire has been part of England at times, part of Wales at times, bits of Herefordshire. It's all weird. One of the suburbs is across the border. It's a strange place. Strange. Their football club plays in the Scottish league system, not the English league system. It's just same with Gretna on the other side, just north of Carlisle. It's a weird. Border towns have really weird histories, like really weird. There's loads of them. Because Monmouthshire used to be part of England historically. The modern Wales, Monmouthshire wasn't Welsh, and historically isn't Welsh. But that again is like Chepstow, all that historically English. Weird, like bits of Shropshire were Shrewsbury and all that were actually Welsh at one point. And this is again where we get into the infrastructure argument and sporting argument. It's when you have these changes, border areas. It gets interesting. It gets very, very interesting. And then when it comes to funding for certain things, and then when we talk about grassroots funding and Sport England and Sport Wales and Sport Scotland, and what we saw during the COVID pandemic is, we'll use ice hockey as an example. So the Elite League has teams in Scotland, Wales, England, and Northern Ireland, right? And then you have National League, which covers England and Wales. And then you have the Scottish National League, which covers teams. These are the levels below the Elite League. And there was issues in regards to getting the funding grants from central government, because at a grassroots level, you've got Sport England, Sport Wales, and sports governing bodies in Scotland. And that became a mess. And, this is 4 years, this is only 4 years ago. And, the whole, when you had things like the RFL and the ECB going to central government in Westminster asking for money, and then you had professional sports teams like Liverpool and Bournemouth and Spurs going to the government saying we want to furlough our non-playing staff. Yet these are multi-million, multi-billion-dollar industry that is professional football. It weird times, and the reaction of the fans to the professional clubs in the Premier League going, "Can we have handouts?" It was, weird. So the Forest of Dean, I want to go see the preserve, the Heritage Railway in the Forest of Dean. Apparently that one's really good, but why are the people not good? The Forest of Dean, full of antisocial yobbos. It's Forest of Dean. Nothing there. It's woods. It's City of Wells. Oh, yeah. This is the problem when you have very rural areas, again, sporting infrastructure, and then you have the low wages. So when we're talking about why certain clubs in certain areas or certain areas struggle to have professional sports teams at a high level, so Gloucestershire being a prime example, with only a handful of clubs that, in the professional ranks of football and rugby and cricket, only a few professional teams, is because of that rural aspect. And with only a couple of real big population centres, it's the rural aspect. So you've got Cheltenham Town and Forest Green Rovers in the professional footballing ranks, and you've got Gloucester Rugby in the Rugby Union, and Gloucestershire in the county cricket, and that is it. That's it. And you've got obviously Cheltenham with the horse racing. So there's your problem. Same with Norfolk and Suffolk. Look at the professional sports. You've got Ipswich and Norwich, and that's it. It's not. You've got Newmarket with the horse racing as well, if you really want to go down that path. But there's not a lot of professional sport around, and you've got lower average incomes. You have less disposable income, and that transport infrastructure. And so then it comes down to with the players and player development and talent spotting. It's harder for those clubs to sign players, those teams to sign players, and it's harder. It's harder to attract players to sign for you. It just becomes more difficult. Look, I've never been to the Forest. I don't think I've been to the Forest Dean for a long time, real long time. But again, it's in the arse end of nowhere, and you got the City of Wells, so there is that. You have got the City of Wells down in the Forest of Dean area, kind of neck of the woods. So, but actually in the Forest of Dean itself, but this is the problem with rural areas. There's a lack of opportunities for young people, including sport, and you get that brain drain. So when you're a sports team owner and you're trying to grow your club, a European level, and you want to get up the pyramid of whatever sport you're playing, be it rugby league, football, it's difficult to grow a fan base when you're in a rural area or a less dense population area where there's a lot of young people leave, and you're going to have an older demographic fan base. So, what the old wives' tales of cave trolls and stuff? Yeah, that happens with country folk. Country folk designed to scare children from loitering on my land. I spread a rumor that there's like a three-headed gargoyle. I had to do a West Country accent. I'm sorry. It's hot fuzz. Yeah, a gargoyle. I spread a wee rumor, right, about the forest to basically keep those pesky kids off my bloody land. I've got to stop doing that. My voice is starting to go now a little bit because I've been going for 4.5 hours. But no, when you have a very rural location or a smaller town, there is that youth drain, that brain drain where they go where the work is. And then if you have a, let's say a football club or a rugby union club, and you want to get up the levels, because that's what Gloucestershire is famous for, is rugby union, although there are 2 professional football clubs. It's harder, A, to attract players to sign for you, and B, to sustain a fan base, because your fan base is going to be of an older age demographic, not younger age demographic. So you can't really grow the fan base. It's only going to be a very old fan base that, unfortunately, as you get older, people are dying. And with less young fans coming in, that's going to be a pretty small fan base. And, it's harder to get players, A, that you can scout at youth level and get into your youth system, and B, sign players from other clubs to sign there. It's going to be harder. I'm not sure what is more popular here. I know Wayne Barnes is from Breen. I think rugby union is Gloucestershire's sport, really. Cricket and football have a decent following to a certain extent, with like Cheltenham Town and Forest Green Rovers. People joke about them, but they still, for their little village of Nailsworth, they get a fair few through the gate, really. The fact that they've actually managed to get to the Football League and stay in the Football League for a couple of seasons is fair tout, fair enough to the club. But it's rugby union country, let's be honest, with Gloucester and their success that they've had historically. The West Country is rugby union, and cricket to a certain extent, but rugby union from Cornwall all the way up to Gloucestershire and even Worcestershire, it's rugby union country. That is the bread and butter of the sporting psyche. Yes, you've got Bristol in the West Country. Yes, you've got Plymouth. Yes, you've got Exeter. Swindon, could you class that as West Country, or just Wiltshire being Wiltshire, just in the south? I love doing that country accent. But the West Country, the primary sport is rugby union. Football and cricket compete as the secondary sports at a professional level. And now you've got rugby league in Cornwall and you've got ice hockey again in Bristol. So you could argue that, so that's where we're at. That is where we're at, really. Rugby union is the main sport in the West Country. That's where most sports fans will be attracted to. So you'll either support Bristol, Bath, or Gloucester with the Premiership clubs, because obviously Worcester have now fallen by the wayside, or Exeter. Although Taunton have a pretty good rugby system, going in Somerset. But really, it's Bath and Bristol that are attracting the best players, the best talent, and most of the fans because of their success. But this is what the problem is. Yes, Bristol have 2 professional football clubs. Exeter's got a professional football club. Swindon obviously have a professional football club. Plymouth have got Argyle. So there are, yes, professional football clubs in the West Country. But out of all of them, Swindon are the only one to win any silverware historically and play in the Premier League, although Bristol City have played in the top flight in their time. Bristol's, that's a difficult one. The middle class is union, rugby union. The working class is football. So it's a very split city on 3 lines: class, and then what side of the city you're on in regards to your football club. The Pilgrims or the Gas, that kind of thing. But the Robins or the Gasheads. So but that again is Bristol's a very interesting city. It's a multi-sport city, much like Sheffield, for example, and Leeds, being very multi-sport in that regard. With there isn't, Leeds Rhinos, Leeds United. There isn't really one dominant team, and the city can support more than one professional sport at the highest level. Well, I find this interesting, is in North America, Bristol wouldn't even be classed as a major sports market. It's too small. Yet it supports 3 professional teams playing at pretty high levels. And internationals to play for them. Leeds would be considered a small major sports market in the US. Leeds is actually bigger than Green Bay, where the Packers play. I think Bristol's actually bigger than Green Bay, where the Packers play. But when we're looking at it, by North American standards, Buffalo and Green Bay are like exceptions rather than the rule when it comes to a sports market, because they're more reliant on the TV revenue and the corporate. They would technically potentially not exist in the US. They wouldn't be the first port call to plonk a team. But then you've got the wider area. But then you've got Bradford and Leeds, and 2 cities right next to each other with similar sized populations, and they don't like each other. Bradford's a multi-sport city with the Bradford Bulls and Bradford City and Bradford Park Avenue. It's multi-sport, multi-team city. Sheffield, multi-sport, multi-team city. We could say Manchester. London's obviously the one which has got a stupid amount of professional sports teams in a variety in multiple sports, obviously. But Bristol is another one. So there is a lot to dissect in the sporting landscape of this country. No. The only two sports teams in London that have London in the name are the London Broncos and the London Scholars. No, the London Irish now ceased to exist. London Welsh have ceased to exist. So London Scottish in rugby union. There you go. And London Japanese, because they exist in rugby union as well, but they're not professional. They're amateur. But yeah, only the rugby clubs in league and union put London in the name. No football club puts London in the name because they're by the housing estate, the area of London, the district. So yeah, there's no football professional club or even semi-pro or amateur club in London that has London in the name, in Greater London. But London Broncos, London Scholars, what was London Irish, London Welsh, London Scottish, London Japanese is the best one. I'm sorry. The fact that there's a Japanese community that plays rugby union called London Japanese is fantastic. That is fantastic. And I only found that out when I was at school. One of my teachers was a big rugby union fan, and he was like, I would. Oh God, I don't know if he's still alive, but Mr. Peter Brown, bit old school and a bit of casual racism in the geography class. Old school in how he dealt with students and their parents and all that, and his views. Bit old school. When I say old school, he really was a casual racist. He really was casually racist. London Cockneys RFC. Basically, rugby clubs based in London. Wasps used to have London Wasps. Saracens used to be London Saracens, although they just went to Saracens. Same with Harlequins, just went to Harlequins. They dropped the London from the name. London Irish, London Welsh, London Scottish, London Japanese, London Broncos, London Scholars. So if it's a rugby club, more often than not, in either code it'll have London in the name, but not a single football club has London in the name. And look at all the club histories I've done. None of them, absolutely none of them have London in the name. They go by the districts or the old town or village that's been absorbed by London, or they go by the landowner's name. There's some really interesting club names in London, like Leyton Orient. Yeah, they play in the Leytonstone area, but Orient, where's that come from? Arsenal, because they used to play in the Woolwich Arsenal, then they moved, Tottenham Hotspur. Or a single London club? Yeah, that would be ridiculous. The fan base would be huge. You would sell out every game, regardless of how the team was playing, because you would. But because of it's the same with any club, multi-team city in the same sport. It's going to be split down by district or by neighbourhood, family, side of the road you're on. It's the same when we talk about rugby league in Sydney. Back in the day, if you were a South Sydney fan, you crossed the wrong side of the road and there was a Roosters fan coming, there would be knives, fists drawn. It would be proper nasty. Because Bondi wasn't always the Bondi Beach you see today. It's the same in Melbourne with the Aussie rules. Not a North Melbourne fan going and bumping into a Western Bulldogs fan would not end well, for example. Or a St Kilda and a Richmond fan, or a Collingwood fan, or a Melbourne fan. It wouldn't end well. Stoke, technically, Port Vale, technically, yes. Stoke City, you could argue that. Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday, for example, in football. You could argue. Manchester City, Manchester United, although there are other teams in the greater Manchester area now, as it's known. Birmingham City, Aston Villa, technically West Brom, technically not. So, yeah, Solihull Moors technically, yes. So yeah, you could argue Birmingham should have more teams in the Birmingham area, but economics and the fact that the clubs that were there first got really established. So clubs like Solihull Moors, who were young and fresh to the party, got some catching up to do. No, what? There are only 3 professional football teams that share the city name. Norwich City, that's 4. Really? Gloucester City, that's 5. And Norwich City are professional, so you're wrong there. Sorry, but it's true. You forgot Norwich off your list of 3, so it should be 4. Technically, Gloucester City is 5. If you go north border, Edinburgh City is 6. Oh, yeah, you have 2 teams in the city. Yeah. You missed out Liverpool. Everton and Liverpool, and technically Tranmere is part of Merseyside as well, Birkenhead. So Liverpool's got 2 teams in the city. Share the name with. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Technical, yes. Although Edinburgh has 3 clubs, and Edinburgh City is actually a club professionally now in Scotland. So that. But Heart of Midlothian and Hibernian don't have Edinburgh in the name. And technically, Hibs were founded in Leith, which isn't technically Edinburgh, but it's now a suburb of Edinburgh. Leith was a separate town at one point, a dock town, a harbour town. But Edinburgh City now is so there's some technicalities there if you want to get anal. But Manchester United was always Newton Heath originally. Man City and Man United are not actually playing in the traditional locations they were started up in, which is weird. And Liverpool and Everton. Liverpool don't have City in their name, just Liverpool, which I find interesting. So there's a lot of. Yeah, it's weird. You look at the 2 team or multi-team city. Obviously, Glasgow and Edinburgh in Scotland are the 2 that people will think of, and Dundee is the other one, with Dundee and Dundee United. I find that very interesting, how that comes about. So there's some really interesting subplots to all this. Yeah, I mean, that won't be for the faint of heart. That will not be for the faint of heart. There'll be a big police presence. Have no doubt on that. Yes, Bristol Rovers do need to improve. They need more investment in the club, if we're honest. But they are where they are because Bristol City have that more investment behind them, more money behind them, bigger stadium. They played at that. They're just that little bit better historically, but neither side's had much success really. They need infrastructure improvement. But with the new spending rules that are coming in, which are going to hamstring all clubs, all levels, it's going to be harder to get that stadium investment without making losses financially under the new rules that are coming in at the various levels, the lost profit margin. And they're going to need an owner to come in who's willing to invest that money in the stadium whilst also trying to invest in a team to, and make the team financially viable. But you look at, are they currently selling out the stadium? What the average attendance is like, and all that as well. But the fan base is solid. I think the fan base is about equal size for both. It's just Bristol City have the bigger stadium and more financial stability behind them. Yes, although Blackburn is white and blue halves, they are similar but different. But we both have Rovers in the name, and both playing blue and white. So yes, there is that. That is interesting and unique how teams with Rovers in the name tend to play with at least partial white kits, and Tranmere have a bit of blue in their crest and in their kit. So it's very interesting that the clubs that, apart from Forest Green, they don't count. Most clubs with Rovers in the name have white and blue generally as their colours, which I find very interesting. And Doncaster got white in there as well. Yes, that is correct. Although they're red and white, but I do find that interesting as a discussion point when we're talking about club colours and how teams came up with the colours that they came up with and why they play in those colours. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting looking at the history of clubs and why they. How many? Blackburn, Forest Green, Bristol, Tranmere, Doncaster. I can't think of many more off the top of my head. I can think of 5. There's probably more, but I can think of 5 as off the top of my head. Just like that. I think there's a couple in Scotland as well. It's Cove Rangers in Scotland. There might be 1 or 2 in Scotland as well, but again, off the top of my head, I can think of 5. There's probably more in the non-league and in the lower leagues and stuff, but I can think of 5. Because it's Cove. That's Albion Rovers. That's 6. We're starting to scrape the barrel here. We've got 1 in Scotland and 5 in England, but there's probably, as I say, there's probably more in the non-leagues in England if we were to really delve into it. But we've come up with 6, 1 in Scotland and 5 in England. So, yeah. Wigan Athletic, Charlton Athletic, Dunfermline Athletic, I believe. Because the A in AFC is not association football, it's athletic football club. So actually, if we were to look at all the athletics, Sunderland would have an athletic. Bradford City, AFC Bradford City, is it? Yeah. The athletic counts, but it doesn't count as after the names. It's before in the AFC. It's AFC Bournemouth, so that would be Athletic Football Club Bournemouth, technically. But, Charlton, Wigan, Dunfermline, Athletic Bilbao. There you go. We're getting really cheeky here by going to Spain. So I've got Athletic Bilbao in there, so I can only think of a couple in Europe. But there's probably more. And again, when I resume my club history series, we'll look at, clubs around Europe and some of their interesting club names, like Burns Sports Club Young Boys. So BSC, Bern Sport Club Young Boys. That's, a really interesting one. Grasshopper Zurich, there's another weird one. But they are a very good, really, really good side in the Swiss. They have a fantastic history. And the young boys, or Juventus or Juventud, so basically young men kind of moniker, is actually quite common in the Latin-speaking world. So Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, South America, and Europe. It's more common than that. But young boys is the Grasshopper Zurich is another one. They've got a Grasshopper. I mean, who comes up with Grasshopper? Like, how does that become a club name? You got, obviously St. Pauli in Hamburg. It's the St. Pauli district of Hamburg. Dynamo Dresden. How does that work? Dynamo. That's more of a Slavic kind of sports team name, but Dynamo Dresden in East Germany. You've got the 2 clubs in Vienna. You've got Yeah, the Zurich clubs are quite interesting. I studied the Portuguese league below top league. It's very limited. Many B teams. I don't like B teams in leagues. Lower leagues in Europe. Only in some, mostly in Spain and in Portugal, because there's just a lack of available opposition of a decent standard to play against. And the wealthier teams have these bigger, talent pool that they can attract players. But it's a thing. What the Dutch? Yeah, the Dutch and German. Yeah, it's as I say, it's just how it is because the bigger clubs, the wealthier clubs, the more successful clubs can have more youth talent in their system and can sign more players and afford more players on professional contracts. That's the problem. But this is part of the issue that the imbalance that the UEFA coefficient creates as well. It does create that imbalance, and unfortunately, the economics isn't great across Europe when it comes to professional football. The wages aren't there in a lot of the leagues. The budgets aren't there in a lot of the leagues. And the talent drain from what I call the second grouping of leagues, like the Dutch league, the Scandinavian leagues, the Polish league, the Czech, the Slovak, to the big five, is pronounced. But they also pick up talent from Africa and South America as well into their ranks. So there's that. Hey, I fancy seeing Man United B versus Ipswich Town B team. I mean, that wouldn't be very entertaining watching the reserves kick. Although reserves was a thing. There was a thing back in the day when all professional clubs had a reserve team and they played in the reserves league to keep the players match fit. They didn't play for the main league, but they played in the reserves competition and played against other reserve teams of a similar standard. There's been ideas muted of a shared Belgium and Dutch league and a shared. This has been raised before because obviously the Nordic countries at one point, like Sweden and Norway, were in union. Denmark and Norway have been in union. This has been muted before. It's not an outlandish idea. But the domestic FAs of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, and even Finland, if you want to get Finland, and even Iceland, if you want to get them involved as well, there would have to be a lot of cooperation in regards to their FAs, and then it impacts the European club competition qualification as well. So, while in principle, in theory, yes, you could do it. In practice, there are some practicalities that would impact European competition qualification for clubs. So if you had a combined Nordic league, how does that work for Champions League qualification? Because at the moment, with Champions League, Europa League, and Europa Conference League, you get the best team from Norway, the second best team, the European, how it breaks down with the qualification. The Norwegian champions, the Swedish champions, the Danish champions, and the Icelandic champions, for example, will go into the pre-group stage qualifying for Champions League, Europa League, and Europa Conference League, and where they finish in their domestic leagues. So there would then be, if you have a combined league of the best teams in their league structure, with the best team from Iceland, regardless of where they finish, or the best team in Norway, best team in Sweden, best team in Denmark, just be allowed to go into the Champions League, Europa League, or Conference League. It creates some headaches because their leagues are pretty decent anyway. There's some pretty decent clubs in the Scandinavian leagues as it is, and some great players have come out of the Nordic countries that have played at the top level, played at World Cups, played at Euros. So in that, and they played in European and domestic in the bigger league finals and won leagues and won a lot of silverware. So I wouldn't say the Scandinavian leagues are a bad product, and their women's setups for the women's teams are pretty good as well. So I wouldn't say they're floundering. I would just say they just can't financially compete because of the UEFA coefficient and where the big clubs, basically the European Super League clubs, and some other clubs in those big 5 leagues have basically hoarded all the wealth. They've got all the interest from North American investors and the other investors from the Middle East. So that's impacted where, the investment's going. And again, that talent drain. I wouldn't say the Swedish league is bad quality. I wouldn't say the Norwegian leagues are bad quality. There's some good players and some good clubs that have good history that play in those leagues. And some good players have played in those leagues at a high standard. I wouldn't say that they're terrible. Problem is the UEFA coefficient and the way the Champions League is structured and the loss of the Cup Winners' Cup. Not going to lie. I remember when Chelsea played Tromsø in the Cup Winners' Cup in the north of the Arctic Circle in a blizzard back in the 90s with Vialli playing and Zola back in those days. You can't get that now. We've lost that now because we've lost the Cup Winners' Cup. So it doesn't happen. And that is the what I call the indictment of the current structures that are in place, which UEFA have done to placate the Super League breakaway clubs. Say, no, we're not doing it. But anyway, I've been going now for basically 5 hours. I'm going to call that a live stream. Thank you very much for everyone's questions. They've been really interesting, some really interesting things we've discussed. And it's given me some video ideas for next week for the club histories. I was going to look at Switzerland. I'm going to look at Sweden. I'm going to look at Norway and Denmark in regards to the football club histories. For the next batch, I'm going to do one on Rotherham United as well because I have to, because I've just got relegated and they're one of the few English clubs I haven't done a video on. But no, really interesting live stream. Really appreciate all the questions. And I will have some more content for you guys in the week coming. I've got a week of work, a lot of video content, a lot of videos uploaded. So I'll have some more content for you guys very, very soon. But for me, it is goodbye for now.